Thank you. Welcome to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council. My name is Councillor Peter Sanford. I am the Chair of the Council. My Vice Chair is Councillor Eileen Wilson. As usual, this meeting is being live streamed and recorded. We also allow recording, filming and photography, so long as the meeting is not disrupted. Please ensure your phone is on silent. You should keep your microphone switched off until you are invited to speak. If participating remotely, when you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone and camera are switched on. And then, when you have finished addressing the meeting, please turn your microphone and camera off. Members attending remotely should indicate their wish to speak through a chat message in the Teams meeting. Those present in the chamber should indicate their wish to speak by raising their hand. I will ask the Vice Chair to note the order of speakers. The chat facility should not be used for any other purposes except, where necessary, to write down a simple amendment. Complex amendment should have been shared with Democratic Services in advance of the meeting. When we move to a vote on any item and there is not clear affirmation, I will state that a recorded vote will be taken. Members in the chamber will then vote electronically, selecting for, against, or abstain. The result will then be displayed. This meeting is quorate, so we will proceed. Item 1 on the agenda is apologies. Are there any apologies for absence? Democratic Services?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillors Handley, Hales, Hart, Nieto, Van der Weyer, Warren Green, Rippeth and Osborne. And I can see that Councillors Warren Green and Osborne are online.
Thank you. Item 2, declarations of interest. Do any members have any interests to declare in relation to any item of business on this agenda? Councillor Leeming.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to declare that I work for the Wildlife Trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. The GCP is mentioned. I'm a member of the Assembly.
Thank you. Councillor Bhattacharya.
I work with the Ukraine community heavily.
Thank you. Any other declarations? I see no hands. But if an interest becomes apparent later in the meeting, please raise it at that point. Item 3, minutes. Item 3 is to approve the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 22nd of May 2025 as a correct record. Members, I propose we approve these minutes and call for a seconder unless anyone has any amendments. Councillor Anna Bradnam is offering to second. Thank you, Councillor Bradnam. Does anyone wish to vote against the proposal? Does anyone wish to abstain? Council therefore approves the minutes of the meeting held on the 22nd of May 2025 as a correct record. Item 4A is announcements from the Chair. I have 3 announcements. Firstly, it's common practice to nominate a chair's charity for the year. I will be nominating the Bedfordshire, Cambridgeshire and Northamptonshire Wildlife Trust as my charity of the year, in addition to being a Cambridgeshire charity that are actually based just down the road in Camborne High Street, so very locally. Item 2. Many of you will be aware this is John Murphy's last full council as monitoring officer, and as chair, previously vice chair, I'd like to pay tribute to John for his help, support and advice. I'm sure the other members in the room would like to agree with me on that point. Thank you. Item 3 on my list. Members may recall that I think it was the February full council, Councillor Dan Lentel brought forward a motion congratulating Zara Lachlan on her single-handed crossing of the Atlantic in a very small boat. We have invited Zara to speak to us today, and I call her for come to the microphone and say a few words. Zara?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Zara Lachlan. I am 22. I am a Camborne Village College alumna, and since then I attended a military sixth form and graduate from university with a physics degree tomorrow. But this winter I rode 4,366 miles by myself, non-stop and unsupported, from mainland Europe to mainland South America, and I set 3 world records. I was the first woman to do that crossing in a rowing boat in any boat, so the first female solo. There it is. I was the youngest person to make this crossing, and I was also the youngest female solo to row any ocean, which we didn't realise when I left, so it was a nice surprise when I got back. And if we could have the next slide, please. Yeah, thanks. This is my rowing boat. When it's fully loaded with all of the food, it's about 800 kilos. I was gone for 97 days, 9 hours and 21 minutes. I left on the 27th of October 2024 and I finished on the 1st of February, which meant I had the first Christmas of my life alone and New Year's Eve, which sounds quite depressing, but I actually really enjoyed it. I had over 500 hours of training in my boat over the course of 2.5 months. This time last year, I had never seen an ocean rowing boat. And I saw my first one in August and then left 2.5 months later. You'll see, you might be able to see, that I have solar panels on the top of each cabin. And the most important thing that they power is my water. You can't survive without water, and it's much more immediate than food. And it just cleans seawater, but it tastes completely different because it's got no minerals in it, which actually proved difficult for about a week when I was stuck in the aftermath of a sandstorm just when I was passing Africa. So all of the sky was brown, and all of the sand gets in your lungs, and you can't really breathe that well. And no matter how you clean them, they will still get covered. So I had about a week of difficulty making water. But then, if we could have the next slide, please, as well. This is my route, and if you press play on the video, please. For the first 39 days, the weather was against me for 35 of them. I had the worst weather across the Atlantic in the past 15 years. This is the Canaries. I had a rough time there. I did get through them eventually. And the trade winds, which normally push you along, didn't establish until my 13th week, and I finished on my 14th week. So this is then they're going. And then I arrived. I arrived to the country just above Brazil and actually made it into the same river that my coaches and I had picked out before we left England and then went down to Portugal. And after the Canaries, I settled into a routine of rowing for no less than 17 hours a day. But before then, it was a lot more than that. I had some really, really bad weather. And everyone else who's attempted this crossing, bar one person has successfully managed to row this route solo, and it was before I was born. Everyone else has either been rescued and taken back to Portugal, or been blown into North Africa, or into the Canaries. But once I was past the bottom of Gran Canaria, I knew that I would make it to South America. But they were that first month was absolutely the hardest of my entire crossing. To be the only person there, to push yourself when I was rowing for something like 27 hours in a go without stopping to sleep or eat, and then actually losing miles was really tough, because it was better to row and go a little bit backwards than to put out my sea anchor and go a lot more backwards. And to have that every day for weeks, you would have seen my circles in the Canaries, and it was really awful. But you'll also see on the side the 2 charities that I chose to support, Women in Sport and Team Forces. I would also like to say that Team Forces were a massive support in actually getting me to the start line by introducing me to all of my sponsors and giving me a platform to meet them on. But we raised just shy of £90,000 for charity, so a huge thanks to them and to everybody that donated. And I think the next video is some pretty things. Yeah, it's got no sound, I don't think. There normally is a bit of music. And I have never lived near the sea. I was born in Arizona, and then obviously now I live in Cambridge, which is also nowhere near the sea. So I got to see things that I'd never seen. I'd never seen a fish in the ocean before. I'd never seen a dolphin or anything like that. And I also, lots of people find it quite amusing that I'm not a particularly good swimmer. I don't like getting my face wet. And every other day you have to get in the water to clean the underside of your boat because barnacles grow on it and they slow you down a lot. So I had to get over that fear quite quickly. And I started to actually really enjoy it because quite early on I was in the water cleaning my boat and 3 dolphins swam under me, which was absolutely incredible. And then this is a weed that gets tangled around your boat and it's a nightmare and slows you down. My routine after the Canaries was rowing from midnight to 3 a.m, rest, sleep, eat from 3 a.m. till 6 a.m, and then row from 6 a.m. to midday, and then rest until 1:30. So in that, I would either, every other day, would go in the water and eat, or if I wasn't doing that, I would nap and eat. And then I would row from 1:30 to 9 p.m, and then sleep from 9 p.m. to midnight. I never slept more than an hour and a half in one go. I was 21 at the time, so it was all right for me, and lots more people sleep a lot more than that. I quite like rowing. I am a normal rower. I compete for Loughborough University, which is a very sporty university, and I've competed for them my entire 4 years there. But now that I'm back, I do sleep a lot more than an hour and a half, which is good. And if we could have the next video, please. This is also, if the quality is not very good because I was obviously the one filming it, but there are fins in there if you can see them. And dolphins are super curious, and so they come up to you and they try and play with your oars and everything. It was incredible. And you see some really big pods. And although the weather wasn't particularly strong, and when I did have a lot of it against me, it did mean that I had one complete capsize, which is where the boat goes all the way upside down, and then the next time a small wave comes, it pushes you back round the correct way. So I was upside down for a little bit. I'd been rowing for, I think it was something like 21 hours in one go, and then I was tired and I needed to stop. And I stopped and then immediately went into my cabin and then immediately capsized. So I had to get back out and thought that was a bit of a pain. But the boat was completely fine. If you pack it properly, then it comes back around with no issues. And the only thing that broke was my flagpole, which is a pretty nice problem to have. It meant I arrived with no British ensign, as you'll see there. But I did make it, and I hit land as a 3-time world record holder. But due to that capsize, I did break my primary phone, which meant I had no music or audiobooks or podcasts or anything for the last 57 days of my crossing. So I was in complete silence, and I went absolutely mad. You're exhausted, you're rowing all of the time, and the only thing you have to look at is the blue sky with the blue sea. And so I hallucinated almost daily, and a lot of the time didn't realise I was hallucinating until a few days later, or until I spoke to someone on the phone who went, "You'll never guess what happened." And then, of course, it didn't actually happen. I had one where I was flooded by birds, and birds are really friendly in the Atlantic because they don't see many people, so they're not scared of you. I did try and feed some of them, but they didn't quite like the flying fish that were landing on my boat. And these white birds that flooded my boat suddenly turned into pink flowers and fell from the sky. And I was trying to duck all of these petals and everything. And then wrote it down in my captain's logbook saying this crazy thing happened today, and then was reading it back and thought that probably actually didn't happen. But then again, no one else was there, so I don't know. And then if we could have the next slide, please. Oh, other way, please. Yeah, and press play. Thank you. And then after almost 100 days, my parents flew out to come and see me, and that's my first hug, and that's my mother. And then within a week, I was back at university because I was late for semester 2. And then that was my entire crossing. And it was the most incredible experience ever. It was the toughest thing mentally that I've done so far. I am off to Sandhurst in September to join the army to train as a technical officer. And it's nice to have this under my belt to just show myself that even when I want to give up, I don't always, which is nice. And hopefully we'll be able to do a lot more stuff like this in the future. But I want to say a huge thank you to everybody in the local community who supported me, donated and followed along and everything, because the support was absolutely incredible, and it was the thing that kept me going some days. So thank you, and thank you for having me today. Thanks, that's it.
Zara, thank you so much for sharing your experiences with us. And can we wish you the best of luck at Sandhurst? I'm sure you'll make a wonderful army officer. The original motion to invite Zara today, or to the full council, was put forward by Councillor Dan Lentle. Councillor Lentle, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chair. Wednesday, the 22nd of October at 7:21. If Zara set out right now, that would be when she arrived. Folks, that's what bonkers looks like. Who on earth gets into a teeny tiny rowboat and does something so incredibly amazing? Zara, honestly, thank you. Thank you for your example. As the father of 3 daughters, I hope they never follow it. But in the meantime, I think we can all say that Cantabria undas regit. Cambridge rules the waves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lentle. At this point, I think we move on to the next agenda item, 4B, announcements from the Leader and Cabinet. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. That's sort of a bit difficult to follow that, actually, and it was deeply impressive. So, yes, huge congratulations and a great story. So back to sort of much more mundane things. I'd like to add my thanks to John Murphy. You've been a rock, always calm. I know it's not been easy, but you've been a really important part of our life here, and we will miss you, and we wish you every success in your new job. I'm kind of hoping it's not quite so exciting for you, which I think is what you want. Thank you. And then on very mundane matters, the consultation on local government reorganisation closes this Sunday, the 20th. So thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Item 4C, announcements from the Head of Paid Service. Liz Watts?
Sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I forgot that I would like
So
Councillor
did I,
Hawkins to
Councillor
say
Batchelor.
something, please. My apologies.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, Chair. The Greater Cambridgeshire Planning Service recently won 2 prestigious awards. The first is the National Planning Awards in London, which is this one, and we won the award for planning for the natural environment. This is for creating new habitat banks for biodiversity-led gain in the area. And the second is the RTPI East of England Award for the Local Planning Authority of the Year for excellence in town planning, and it's this one. And this means the service will be entered into the national awards for later on in the year. Just to say, these awards obviously are a testament to the hard work, dedication, and professionalism of the entire planning team and the transformative journey that the service has been on. So well done, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Now, Councillor Batchelor, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. On a similar vein to Councillor Hawkins, I'd like to let the council know that the communities, or sorry, not the communities team, but the Healthy Start campaign that the communities team supports through our LIFT programme has been nominated for a national award. This is the IRRV, which is the Institute of Revenue Ratings and Valuation, who have nominated the scheme for excellence in social inclusion. So again, you know, regardless of the outcome, I think it's a testament to the team here at South Cambs District Council and also to the LIFT programme that we as a council opted to invest in. So, you know, all the best to them at the awards ceremony in October, and hopefully I'll be able to report something positive back following that.
Definitely worth some applause. Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Right, the Head of Paid Service has no announcements, so we can move on to item 5, which is public questions. I would like to remind speakers under this item that any questions or statements made at a council meeting must be within the scope of our public speaking scheme. In particular, I would draw attention to the requirements of Part 5.1 of our scheme, which relate to the scope of questions and statements. It states that a question or statement may be rejected if it is not about a matter for which the local authority has a responsibility or which affects the district. It is not a matter which falls within the remit of the Cabinet Committee or Subcommittee, or is vexatious, defamatory, frivolous, discriminatory, offensive, or otherwise inappropriate. If I, as chair, think a speaker is straying outside the scope of the scheme, I will step in with a reminder. The first public question is from Mr. Guy Lachlan, who I understand is in the chamber today, and those with sharp eyes will realise he is related to Zara. Guy, please go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a South Cambs District Council licensed private hire driver. To achieve this status, I have to pass a recurring medical, have a clear DBS with automatic monitoring subscription, pass an additional driving test, take a safeguarding course, pass a geographic knowledge and local knowledge test, and my vehicle has to pass a recurring taxi-specific roadworthiness inspection in addition to its MOT, has to carry a fire extinguisher and first aid kit, and be fitted with council-approved CCTV to record all passenger interactions. Taxi-specific insurance is, of course, compulsory, and I have to display identification at all times so that I and my vehicle can be easily traced and reported. Any breaches of vehicle, driving, or behavioural standards are dealt with firmly by the council as the licensing authority, which is completely understandable given the level of trust involved. While applying my trade on the streets of Cambridgeshire, I've found that the biggest hazard to myself and other road users is the ever-increasing fleet of delivery e-bikes in Cambridge and other surrounding Cambridgeshire towns. They ignore traffic rules, carry no registration or visible ID, and frequently have no lights. If press reports are to be believed, many drivers do not even have permission to work in the UK. In addition to their frequently dangerous driving standards, these people have access to their customers' names and addresses, which of course can include underage, disabled, and other vulnerable people. Interactions are frequently private and in secluded locations, so the opportunity for exploitation and abuse of the level of trust that they have is obvious. I wonder if it's time for the council to introduce measures to ensure that the backgrounds of e-bike delivery riders and their standards of their vehicles and riding are monitored. Standards are set or enforced, and the safety of South Cambs' population of food consumers and other road users is thereby protected. Considering the looming unitarisation of the local councils, does the council agree that this would be a good opportunity to introduce licensing scheme for e-bikes and their riders, along similar lines to the private hire and hackney carriage counterparts?
Thank you for that question. I believe Councillor Natalie Warren-Green, who is online, will respond to that.
Yes, good afternoon through you, Chair. Thank you for the question. I think it's a valid question for anybody concerned about vehicles. It's important to know that a scheme for licensing e-bikes would require a national licensing scheme, such as that operated by the DVLA, or it would require national legislation to be implemented, such as the legislation which enables local authorities to license hackney carriages and private hire vehicles and drivers. So in view of this, there's no scope at present to implement a local licensing scheme. It would be impossible to enforce or to administer locally. It can only relate to bike owners within the district and not those passing through the district. But also, currently, electronically assisted pedal cycles can be ridden by anyone over the age of 14. They don't need to be registered, taxed, or insured. So there's no current ways of establishing the identity of owners due to the lack of vehicle registration documents. So if the bike doesn't meet those standards, it is classed as a moped, so that must be registered and taxed as a normal vehicle. So there would be a differentiation between e-bikes, which we cannot locally administer a license to, but mopeds obviously falling under national legislation. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Councillor Warren Green. Mr. Luckin, you may ask a short supplementary question that arises from your original question if you wish.
Not so much a question, but I thank you, Chair. I suspected that would be the answer. I would encourage the Council, particularly in light of the forthcoming unitarisations, to see what can be done, because I fear, since I wrote this question, there have been a number of items in the national news, thankfully in other areas, where this level of trust that they have is being abused with very serious results. And I'm afraid that we shouldn't wait until something really awful happens before taking action. And I wonder if it's something that could be brought up with perhaps the Cambridge and Peterborough Mayor to find out what can be done at a more local level without waiting for national legislation to be passed, so that we can be seen to be taking a lead in this important area before something forces our hand. And I would ask the Council to consider looking at it seriously before it's too late.
Councillor Warren Green.
Yeah, I think they're very, very valid points. So let me take those points away. And, you know, as I've said, there's nothing we can do immediately, but I will, you know, consider what we might be able to do, maybe working with the mayor or local MPs, but I can't promise it would be a short journey, because it obviously is something that would be legislated at national level. But definitely thank you for your comments, and I'll take them away. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warren Green. Our next public question is from Arvind Ramachandran. Please ask your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Chair and Vice Chair, for the opportunity to ask question here. So, given the context of my email, so it's a read-only one, so I'm asking a couple of questions. How the Council is planning to support the Hindu community within Camborne and Cambridgeshire. So my first question is, what considerations or provisions have been made for the Hindu community in Camborne and in the rest of the area? And my second one is whether there are any plans to allocate a land or a space for a multi-faith or a Hindu community center to support all communities for prayers and for religious celebrations, activities like Hindu weddings and cultural activities. So those are my two questions. Having been a resident in Camborne for the last 17 years, so every time if we have to do a worship, prayer or a wedding, we have to go all the way either to London or to Birmingham to do such activities. So if there could be any provisions within Camborne or surrounding areas, that would be very helpful for the growing community within Camborne and Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I believe Councillor Henry Batchelor, you're going to respond to this one.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ramachandran, for the question, for coming in to ask it. So I'll hopefully answer all three of your questions with my answer, but if not, please do follow up with me after. The Council is always eager to work closely with our communities to make the district a great place to live. Faith groups play a vital role in this effort, and their contributions are deeply valued. I'm very pleased to share that the Council is currently inviting bids for the allocation of faith and community land in the nearby emerging town of Northstowe, and we would warmly welcome a compliant bid from representatives of the Hindu community and encourage all interested faith groups to consider this opportunity as well. The bidding process is open until January next year, so there's still plenty of time to prepare a submission. The successful bidder will receive the land free of charge, and you can find detailed information about the process and requirements on our website. I encourage you to visit our website to learn more and see if this opportunity is right for your community and your faith group. And if it is, then we look forward to receiving a proposal. I appreciate that isn't directly in Camborne, but hopefully Northstowe is slightly closer than London and Birmingham currently. But yeah, I said I hope I've answered your questions, but if not, please do follow up.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Mr. Ramachandran, you may ask a short supplementary question that arises from your original question if you wish.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor, for answering the question. Really appreciate that. Yeah, we will definitely work with the Council on applying for the provision in Northstowe. And also there are, one quick supplementary question is there is upcoming development that is coming up in the Bourne airfield. So would like to know either now or in future if there is any provisions that is close by here as well to see what we can do. Thank you.
Councillor Batcher.
Yeah, thank you for the supplementary, and that's a fair follow-up question. I think it's fair to say there's a lot of development in the Camborne-Bourne area coming up over the next number of years. So I think it's probably sensible to say that we as a council will be happy to work with the developers there to find some sort of provision of faith land. And that's probably as detailed as I can be on that at the moment, as these are forthcoming developments with not all the details finalised, but hopefully that gives you some level of reassurance.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Our third public question is from Ms. Simajit Banning on behalf of the local Unison branch. Ms. Banning, please ask your question.
Thank you. I'm Simajit Banning and I'm speaking on behalf of Unison. Our question is as written.
Thank you. I believe Leader Councillor Bridget Smith will respond to this question.
Thank you very much. Thank you for asking your question. So, you know, what your question does is show how much support there is for the 4-day week working model from Unison. And so I'm very grateful that you posed it. I hope everybody has read it. You know, the contribution that the unions have made towards the 4-day week has been absolutely invaluable. And every time I'm at conferences where I see a stand, I always go and say thank you. So it's made a lot of difference. We could not have got where we are today without working really closely with the unions. So I thank you very much for your support and the continued engagement, and I hope that continues in the future. We know, and you've reiterated in your question, that the 4-day working week has delivered substantial improvements to all of our employees' health and well-being. And we take that really seriously, and I know you take that really seriously. You know, we both know that a happy and healthy workforce is by default a productive workforce, and we're going to be discussing that at length. So thank you, my sincere thanks to you and all your colleagues in the unions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Ms. Banning, you may wish, if you ask a short supplementary question that arises from your original question, if you wish.
I haven't got a supplementary. Thank you.
Thank you. Now move on to item 6, petitions. I understand that no petitions have been received. We can move on to item 7, which is the adoption of the Triplow and Heathfield Neighbourhood Plan. I invite the lead Cabinet Member for Planning, Councillor Toomey Hawkins, to introduce this report and move the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, I am pleased to present another neighbourhood plan to full council for adoption. The Triplow and Heathfield neighbourhood plan is the 10th that is being brought forward in our district. This is another one that was designated by the council in 2017. So we have, again, 7 years of work being done by a steering group comprising local volunteers, working with the parish council and the community to get to the point of the plan being formally submitted to the council in June 2024 to carry out the later stages of the plan-making process. A referendum was then held on the 12th of June this year, with 27% of those eligible to vote turning out to have their say. And of those, 86% voted in favour of adopting the neighbourhood plan. Now, as some of you will know, I do try and find a bit of a quirk in, the area, and it turns out that the village of Triplow can trace its origins back to prehistoric times. which was proven as a Bronze Age tumulus, was discovered there. And you might go, what is a tumulus? It's an artificial mound that covers or marks locations of burials, often for important individuals or groups. And that provides an insight into past cultures and burial practices. Now, even more surprising for me is that it has 38 listed buildings. And for the size of the village, that is significant. Heathfield, on the other hand, dates back to what I would call more modern times of 1917-18 and was originally built to provide housing for officers at RAF Duxford. That I thought was interesting, at least for me anyway. But as it stands, as we know, we do have a housing need. And the housing need surveys for Thripple and Heathfield show that 16 households do need affordable housing. Now, the neighborhood plan has a vision, and its vision is to grow sustainably while remaining a living community, providing high quality of life and social cohesion for residents of all ages across the whole parish, respecting its rural roots and enhancing the natural environment. I think you will find there's a lot of information in the report itself. The plan has 12 objectives, which is set out within 4 themes, and 13 policies that seek to deliver the vision. And I wholeheartedly wish them the very best in achieving this vision. Now, of course, I would like to acknowledge the efforts of the steering group, the parish council, and the wider community which have made efforts in preparing this neighborhood plan. And also wish to thank officers from within the planning policy team who have supported the steering group through the plan making process. I think this is another great achievement that will have a positive impact in delivering our development plan for South Cambs, but taking into account the specific needs of the community of Thriplo and Heathfield. So, I'm asking members to support the recommendations that we find in paragraph 3 on page 27 of our report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Tumi Hawkins. Is there a seconder for this proposal? Councillor Dr. Richard Williams, who I believe is a local member, is seconding. Thank you. At this point, can I invite the Parish Council Neighbourhood Plan team to speak to us on the matter?
Good afternoon, everyone. In early 2017, Thriplo Parish Council decided that it should produce a neighbourhood plan. The ball has got rolling by producing a leaflet dropped to every household in the parish explaining what a neighbourhood plan was and what we hoped it might achieve. The parish, as we mentioned, consists of 2 entirely separate settlements. Thriplo being the original village with 1,000 years and more of history, and Heathfield, only properly named less than 40 years ago, arising from the married quarters that provided accommodation for airmen based at Duxford. Over the past 40 years, Heathfield has more than doubled in size by the addition of new residential developments. Both of the settlements are tightly surrounded and separated by a designated green belt. A group of interested people across the parish got together and discussions took place on how the plan might be moved forwards. We looked at plans prepared by other parishes, attended meetings, consulted with residents and stakeholders, and took advice from SCDC and ACRE, and eventually a small neighbourhood plan group was formed. Before COVID intervened, we had obtained the District Council's approval that our neighbourhood plan should cover both parishes. Unfortunately, with work and other village commitments, I could no longer give as much time to the plan as I would have wished to, and Philippa McGarry, a village resident and local architect, kindly agreed to take the lead. So I'll now hand over to Philippa.
Hello, everyone. I took over from David because I wanted to be involved in local democracy, as it was intended in the Localism Act. I regarded my position as enabler and conduit for communication to keep the process going and moving forward. We received financial help provided by the Localism Act, which enabled us to get expert help from Cambridgeshire Acre. They recommended the services of Rachel Hogger of Modicum Planning, whose expert help guided us through the whole process. Early on in the process, we employed the services of a landscape architect who carried out landscape sensitivity studies for the village of Triplo and helped with defining character studies for the whole neighbourhood plan area. But of course, during the course of the neighbourhood plan, we were hit by COVID, which, although it did not stop the preparation where it required, it did severely slow the process down. Records of all the consultation stages were paramount to our success in evaluating and concluding the results, moving us on in the plan. The support of other parish residents was vital and helpful in starting consultations, analysing results, presenting results at different stages of consultation to all concerned, with exhibitions held in both Heathfield and in Triplo. The parish council held many extra meetings later on to consider the comments made by the statutory authorities, other stakeholders and parish residents, so we could show that everyone's comments were considered. Modicum Planning had set us up with a rigorous method of documentation of comments and changes to show total transparency in this process. Finally, the plan was completed and then displayed, giving the whole parish the opportunity to consider the final document. The District Council arranged the subsequent referendum, and the result of the vote was definitely in favour of the plan as it had been prepared. Was it worth it? Well, with the intervention of COVID, it took much longer than expected. I'm sure that all involved are greatly relieved that the process has been successfully completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Does Councillor Dr. Richard Williams or any other member wish to speak on this item?
I'd like to say a few words, Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you. So it's an enormous pleasure to speak to second the motion to make the Triplo and Heathfield neighbourhood plan. The neighbourhood plan is the result of a huge amount of work and dedication by many members of the community in Triplo and Heathfield over many, many years. I did want to pay particular tribute to David and Philippa, whose leadership has been amazing, I know, in getting the plan over the line. I know from my own experience of being involved in a neighbourhood plan, it's hard work, it's difficult, it takes a long time, and it really does take special people to drive the whole process forward and take it over the line. So they've both done a huge amount of work and deserve a lot of support and thanks, but also there are many other members of the community as well. And I should just say, while I'm mentioning David, David is actually a former district councillor. I was a district councillor in South Cambridgeshire, I think up until the mid-90s. So he's one of my predecessors as district councillor for the Whittlesford ward, which covers Triplo. I'm really pleased that the community has managed to come together. Triplo and Heathfield are both very special communities. They've both got amazing volunteers who are really dedicated to the communities and making Triplo and Heathfield a much better place to live and a place that thrives. Many of you may know Triplo from the Daffodil Weekend. So Triplo is quite famous for its Daffodil Weekend Festival, which happens every March and attracts thousands of visitors from all over the country. So I'm very, very pleased to second the motion. It's a fantastic tribute to the work of the council, and I hope, or the work of the steering group rather, and the parish council. I hope this council can approve the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bridget Smith.
Thank you. Just very quickly. So I'm always amazed when large parishes manage to deliver neighbourhood plans, even in very long time frames. So it's particularly impressive when a relatively small parish manages to produce something of this quality, and I congratulate you on that. I particularly liked your objective 12, which said there will be more cohesion between the two communities of Triplo and Heathfield. That is, that was the highlight for me, that you're really, creating one community out of, what could have been very much two separate ones. So well done, and I look forward to seeing all the benefits that you reap from this.
Thank you. Members, are you content to take this decision by affirmation?
Agreed.
Does anyone wish to vote against the proposal? Does anyone wish to abstain? In which case, the council therefore agrees this motion by affirmation. Item 8 is the reappointment of independent remuneration panel members. The council is asked to approve the reappointment of our independent remuneration panel members as per the information in the report. I propose the reappointments. Councillor Eileen Wilson seconds. Does any member wish to speak on this item? Councillor Howell.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I have a personal friendship with one of the panel members, and therefore I will not be taking part in this vote, and I will not be taking part in anything to do with the remuneration panel in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Does anyone else wish to speak? Okay, members, are you content to take this decision by affirmation?
Agreed.
Does anyone wish to vote against the proposal? Does anyone wish to abstain apart from Councillor Howell? The council therefore agrees the motion by affirmation. Thank you. Item 9 is updated appointments to the Joint Planning Advisory Group. And the proposal is to confirm the council's appointments to the Joint Planning Advisory Group following approval of revised terms of reference by Cabinet on the 24th of June 2025. I invite the leader to introduce this report and move the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Chair. You've received a supplementary document now updating the information that is on page 163. So the additional members are going to be Councillor Bradnam and Councillor Redrup, with Councillor Rixham as substitute. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Is there a seconder?
Yes, I'm happy to second that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Milnes. Does any member wish to speak on this item? Okay, I see no request to speak. Members, are you content to take this decision by affirmation?
Agreed.
Does anyone wish to vote against the proposal? Does anyone wish to abstain? The council therefore agrees the motion by affirmation. Thank you. Okay, item 10 is an update on local government reorganisation. I call on the Leader of the Council to present the report and move the recommendations. Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. So local government reorganisation has been foisted on us by this government. We did not ask for it, and it's proving to be a massive distraction for members and officers alike, and incredibly time-consuming. However, we have no choice but do it, and we will do it really well. So for many months now, we've been working closely and very amicably with all of the other councils in the Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority area, and the paper in front of you today is to inform you that there will be 3 separate business cases submitted to government later this year, from which the Secretary of State will hopefully choose the one to go forward. Each business case has to make the case for the whole region and is required to use the same data and the same evidence. So becoming a unitary council with Cambridge City is something that's been talked about on and off since I became a councillor 18 odd years ago. And we would likely move forward with it sooner rather than later, but actually in our own time rather than the government's. The case for a Greater Cambridge Unitary has always been compelling because of the unusual geography with the city surrounded by South Cambridgeshire. However, this has been strengthened in recent years as the 2 councils have worked ever more closely together. The start was the city deal 10 years ago, and since then we have increasing numbers of shared services and particularly the move to a shared local plan after the submission of our last one, and that has added further weight to the argument. In recent years, we've worked collaboratively and very effectively together through the pandemic, the cost of living crisis, and the Ukrainian crisis. And for all of those reasons, the administration at South Cambridgeshire District Council is supporting and promoting a move to a Greater Cambridge Unitary Council in response to the government's plans for wholesale local government reorganisation. However, it is every bit as important to us that the other unitary or unitaries in the region are equally sustainable and capable of delivering on all of the government's priorities for local government reorganisation. And we believe this to be the case for a second unitary consisting of Peterborough, East Cambridgeshire, Fenland and Huntingdonshire. But this, of course, will all be reviewed as the business cases develop, and this council will have a further opportunity to debate the case for a Greater Cambridge Unitary Council in November. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I now call for a seconder.
Councillor
Milne.
Happy to second that.
Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
I reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak on this item? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And I will speak to the recommendation that we have in our paper, which is to consider the 3 proposals, which obviously provide feedback, and the Extraordinary Council. So the leader has referred to one of those models in her opening, but what we're voting on today is to consider the 3 and to have it come back. I have grave concerns that simply just on its own Greater Cambridge will mean that the balance between urban and rural voices will be heavily weighted. And I think that creates a lot of problems. And we see that actually in some of the works when I sit on the GCP and other things, that some areas sort of get left behind because they're more rural in their nature. I think what the leader said there, and being so before all the proposals are drafted, so wedded to a Greater Cambridge model, is concerning, because it does feel like there isn't that viewpoint of that balance that is required to make balanced decisions for the whole area. So I am content to look at the 3 proposals. They are business cases that will be worked up. I think that any decision now on boundaries would be premature, because until we see the full cases of how things are going to work, and until we've had the consultation responses from residents, I don't think we should be wedding the council or committing to any particular boundaries. I also think it is incredibly important that we look at the ratio of electors to councillors, because we know in this room that even having the additional responsibilities of another council, some people in the room are sort of what we call double hatters, some are triple, no doubt, that in itself will have an impact, and people will have to learn that quickly. But also there are a lot of studies that show that if you have a higher elector per councillor, that it then increases significantly the amount of people at a council who are retired. Now, that is not meant to offend anybody who is retired in the room. However, diversity of views is really important to making sure that a council is getting the right answers and the right solutions for their area, which if that elector to councillor ratio changes too high, will be impacted. So that is my feedback to Cabinet about the dialogue. Please ensure that our residents will still have elected representatives who can serve them and have a diverse council. To not wedge yourself ahead of the conclusion of the residents' consultation, and to explore all options with an open mind until all the information is clear. I feel that that request may be a little bit, Chair, after the horse is bolted, given the introduction, but I think that is what's the right attitude to take to represent our residents. So when we look at the recommendation, we have considered the 3 proposals. We do think it's right that it should be an extraordinary council meeting, and the agreement to establish workshops. You'll see we have a question later on today, and I've raised this with the leader in relation to what other councils have already been doing. I think we've been slow to do that, but it's coming now, and I welcome that. So on these recommendations, but not the leaders' wedding to Greater Cambridge, then I'm happy to support the recommendations as they currently are. But please remember, for a good balanced council, we need balance of representation from all diversities and also from the urban and rural balance.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Next request to speak is Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, like Councillor Heather Williams, I was slightly blindsided by the introduction we got from the leader, because that's not the recommendation that's on the page. It sounds like the leader was actually moving that we endorse the Greater Cambridge Unitary, which is not actually what we're being asked to do. So I think it would be useful if we could just clarify what we're actually being invited to vote on here. Like Councillor Heather Williams, I would not endorse any particular proposal at the moment. I think the balance between rural and urban is a real issue. Cambridge City is not parished. South Cambridgeshire is parished. We already see in the highway spending how much more money is spent on the roads in Cambridge City than is spent on the roads in South Cambridgeshire. So I would want a lot more detail of how precisely we're going to operate a small unitary authority, because it will be a small unitary, which has got two component parts which are currently governed in such a different way. I would want data on the viability of a Greater Cambridge Unitary as a social care authority. We've got no data on that at the moment. I would like data on the viability of it as a highways authority, because again, we are going to have, if we go for the option B that the leader's proposing, two very differently sized councils, one very big one and one much smaller one. So I think we would need a lot more data before we could endorse any particular option. And as I say, I would certainly be very concerned that villages will be seen as a mere appendage of the city. And that new unitary will be literally Greater Cambridge, and the villages will be seen as very peripheral. I'd frankly worry about places like Great Shelford and Fulbourn, which I think will just be seen as bits of the city, and their rural nature, and will be all too easy to ignore in a very small Greater Cambridge Unitary. So I'm happy that well, I would hope that the Cabinet will still take some feedback back, although it doesn't sound like there's much point in offering feedback on the three proposals. I certainly support the council meeting. One final point I would just make in all of this, I think we need to be very careful about the size of representation. As Councillor Heather Williams has said, if we do end up having quite a small unitary of just Greater Cambridge, I don't think we should be looking to cut the number of councillors, you know, as between the district and the city, very much at all, because I think there are real risks if we end up essentially having people covering county-sized divisions and having to be the district councillor and the county councillor for those large divisions. I think that's going to have a really detrimental impact on the ability of people to do the job and the number of people who want to do the job.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Williams. And just to be clear, today we are voting on the recommendations set out in paragraph 10 on page 168 of the agenda, not anything else that may have been inferred from the leader's speech. Next request to speak is from Councillor Sue Ellington.
Thank you, Chair. Just to raise another point that concerns me, and I would ask that those who look at these recommendations and the business case consider the other links and the relationships between our different districts and the city. I'm thinking, as an example only, that my villages are prone to flood quite significantly, and anything that goes on in St Ives or Huntingdon in relation to the water and the river has a profound effect on my villages. And those sort of links are really key in our decision making about this unitary authority or unitary authorities or whatever we end up asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next request to speak, Councillor Mark Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I am a big fan of unitary authority, so this has got my backing and always has. I think this is great. This is going to be very good for the residents, and we should embrace it. Now, what proposal we choose, that's down to us in the future. But one of the things I would like to say is this. I'm not worried about how many CEOs or how many finance directors there are, because basically that doesn't affect our residents in the immediate term. What does affect them is how they're going to pay their council tax, who they're going to have there supporting them when they need it. So when we actually sit down and start looking at this, let's not worry about the stuff such as that. Let's worry about the stuff that actually affects our residents. What is going to actually impact on them? Because whether or not we've got a chief executive, they're not going to know if they're in a council house. They're not going to worry about that. But whether or not they can get somebody out to fix their downpipe, which is overflowing, or a toilet which is over, that hits them hard. And we can't have any mix-up on who goes where because it's a new authority. So what we really need to do is to make sure that we've got the stuff that actually hits the coal face is the stuff that matters. Then we can worry about the stuff that we might think is important, but really deep down isn't. So, big fan of this. Let's have the conversations, but let's concentrate on what really affects our residents. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Next request to speak is Councillor Tom Bygott.
Thank you, Chairman. So, like my colleagues, I'm concerned about how this is going to impact on our rural areas. Some years ago, this council had the, in its vision, being a voice for rural life. And my fear is that once we're gone, there will be no voice for rural life. We already heard, we haven't drawn the boundaries yet, we haven't decided which councils are going to be in this new authority, yet already it's being referred to as the Greater Cambridge Unitary Authority. And I think, as my other colleagues have said, we shouldn't be jumping the gun. And I think that's really an insight into the way a lot of people are thinking, in that this is going to be Cambridge City expanding outwards. And people in rural communities are going to be forgotten and left behind. Now, like my colleague Councillor Howell, I see the benefit in going from 2 tiers of authorities to 1 in unitaries. But the other problem with unitary authorities is that it effectively enables governments progressively over the years to move the boundaries of local authorities as and where they will, and tinker almost endlessly with those boundaries. Now, apart from our traditional counties, England has no stable, long-term historical boundaries. Most other countries do. It would be unthinkable for the US federal government to say Delaware is now part of Pennsylvania, or California is divided in half. Yet in England, every generation or so, we completely move all the boundaries everywhere. And yet it's our counties, Norfolk, Suffolk, Cambridgeshire, that are the places that have historical legitimacy and that people feel attached to. But yet here we are already talking about Greater Cambridge and making it an urban, city-based council, rather than the traditional idea of counties is that you have a whole lot of villages, towns and cities in them. And we need to address this issue about parishing, because the city should be parished. My view is there should be a continuing city council with all its 800-year tradition, as indeed there are many town councils in various other counties. And that unless we get that full parishing, what's going to happen is that those parts in South Cambridgeshire that are parished, we're going to pay our parish precept, but the unitary authority is going to pay the equivalent costs for Cambridge City, and that is not fair. So we need to address those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bygott. Next request to speak is Councillor Dr. Susan van der Ven.
Thank you, Chair. I was really pleased to hear the comments from the previous speakers relating to the concern about being able to really represent our residents and to know the area we serve, to know the people. I think the Triplo and Heathfield neighbourhood plan was a prime example. That local knowledge is the essence of what makes our roles, I think, legitimate as democratic roles. So I wholeheartedly agree about the size of the wards and the numbers of councillors that we have in these new entities is, I think it's something that matters to all of us. Of course, we don't have any choice about local government reorganization. We are being asked to consider models for making a much bigger entity than we now enjoy. And so if we keep those small territories, elected democratic wards, and the number of councillors, and we add ourselves to another similar sized area, we're going to need a much bigger room. And I think that the agility that we now have as a small council becomes endangered. It's interesting to think about the balance of the city and the rural district. In a way, it's, our lives are very much connected to the city in terms of education, post-16 education, and training and jobs. And so I don't think we are separate societies, but we live together in many ways. And most positively, as councils, we work together very successfully. And we have some really important shared services that have stood the test of time. So I think there's a really positive foundation for building that kind of unitary. And we even do the low-income family tracker together. I was glad Councillor Batchelor mentioned it earlier, the LIFT project, but that's just a fantastic example of so local, that's street level person knowledge, and we want to preserve that. Thank you.
Thank you to Councillor Van der Ven. Next request to speak is Councillor Dr. Shrabana Bhattacharya.
Okay, thank you, Chair. If the city gets mixed up with the small villages, city gets the limelight, attention, resources, money. The villages, they don't actually get anything, the limelight. And this is, I'm coming from my last election campaigning when I was going to their doors. I just found from the small, I found it from the very small parish council meetings. They all say the same thing. Big city gets all limelights, everything they get. Small and very small parish council, they don't get anything. So if we mix cities and if we mix the big city plus small parish thing, I'm sure there will be definitely a fair and unfair system will be carried.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Stephen Drew.
Thank you. As somebody who has lived within 10 miles of the centre of Cambridge my entire life and was educated in Cambridge and worked in Cambridge for many years, I'm eternally fascinated by the suggestion that there is some kind of separation between the villages around Cambridge and the city. I have never ever felt any separation from Cambridge in my entire life. It is the place where I have looked to as a child, as an adolescent, as a younger person, now as a more middle-aged person. It is the place where I have looked to. It is the place where my children have gone to enjoy swimming. It is the place we have been to the Central Library. As residents in South Cambridge, we already enjoy huge benefits from our closeness and ties to the city. We don't fund many of the things that exist within Cambridge City Council. They are funded by Cambridge City Council taxpayers. No doubt there are things that South Cambridge taxpayers fund in our local area which benefit the city. We are completely connected together. I'm also intrigued by the suggestion that the city would somehow dominate the rural areas. Whilst it may have been the case for many, many years, up until probably fairly recently, South Cambridgeshire now has a larger population than Cambridge City, and all growth projections place a lot more growth in South Cambridgeshire than they do in Cambridge City. We already have a population in South Cambs around 20,000 higher than Cambridge City. I would imagine within a number of decades that could be 50,000 higher. And that brings me to the final point, which is that it is extremely interesting to listen to councillors in the city and listen to residents in the city and activists in the city who, when asked about this, when they are being concerned about it, suggest they are exceptionally concerned that if they join together with South Cambridgeshire, that the needs of the city will be overwhelmed by the needs of the rural areas. So the conversation that some colleagues in the room have suggested about concern, whilst an entirely valid one, is an exact mirror image of that being expressed by many, many people in exactly the same position in the city. I would suggest that we are looking at all three options. The leader has suggested one which is the preferred option of the administration based on a huge amount of work over a long period of time. I suggest we go into it with the open mind that I'm sure we all will.
Thank you, Councillor Drew. Last request to speak is from Councillor Martin Carr.
I would concur with what Councillor Drew has just said. I'm in favour of this motion and the proposals, but I did want to comment that when considering the proposals, I'm old enough to remember the last reorganisation over 50 years ago, and and all the process there. It's quite a disruptive process, but I think it's important to remember that what happens the next 5 years is probably less important than the long-term validity of the area in geographic and functional terms. And I think we should try and remember that when reviewing the different proposals and not be overwhelmed by short-term financial impacts. We need to think about whether it works logically, because that in the long term will serve our local citizens best. That's the only comment I would like to make. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams, you wanted to come back on one of those points?
Thank you, and I thank Councillor Drew for reminding me something I didn't say earlier. Residents have raised with me the concern around what we said about parished areas and the fact there is parish precepts, but the area committees don't have a precept. So in the work that's done, if we could say there are some sort of services and things that are paid for in South Cambridgeshire by the parishes that are paid for by the city council in the city. So that's something that could be factored into the works to make sure that it's not a case that Unitary would be paying for one area and not another within its own boundaries.
Thank you for raising that point. Does any other member wish to speak? Otherwise, Councillor Milne, you reserved your right to speak. Would you like to speak now?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I think the debate we've just had, raises very valid questions and concerns over how we go forward with this. And I'm more than happy that we're working on a cross-party basis to address those questions. If I go through them, parishing is clearly a question. If we were to join in with the city that doesn't have it, and as you say, then would produce an inequitable result. Interesting with diversity issues, and I'm not quite sure how we do maintain much diversity. I don't know what way we would do that, so I'm happy to talk about it. I mean, Warwick had a particular way, for example, who got an 18-year-old leader, making them very diverse, I'm sure. Seriously, in terms of representation, I fear, as you've expressed, fears that we will lose a lot of that common touch with our, we as district councillors have a relatively small number of people to represent and represent them well as local members. If we lost that because of loss of representation across the area, I'd be very loath to see that. We are talking about developing business cases and using as much data as possible because we want all of this decision making to be evidence-led. But we have expressed a preference as an administration for that Greater Cambridge conjunction, joining together. If you've had a chance to read the data and supplemental data that came out of Cambridge City's council meeting this week, you'll see there that they are presenting some of that data that we are developing ourselves, and we want to absolutely throw that into the mix in terms of decision making. I'm looking at comments about Cambridge expansion, but we have to look at our own expansion in Camborne, Northstowe, Waterbeach as our new towns, which will change the face of that rural nature that you've just been talking about. So we have to accommodate all of that. So generally, I endorse these suggestions, particularly those working groups that we're suggesting here. So very happy to recommend that those three considerations to the council this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Milnes. Just to remind everyone, we are voting on the recommendations on page 168 of your agenda pack. It is recommended that Council considers the three proposals and provides feedback to Cabinet to support ongoing dialogue within the LGR process. Agrees to hold an extraordinary Council meeting to discuss the final proposals, likely to be in November, and agrees to establish a programme of member engagement workshops and task and finish groups to support the process of business case developments. Leader, you wish to come in there?
Thank you. I just want to respond to some of just add to what Councillor Mills has said. So we can't just sit on the fence on this. We've been sat on the fence for ages, and that's why I've used my opening speech to quite clearly state what the administration's preference is at this moment in time, bearing in mind that we will be considering all three business cases when they're done. It's not fair on our staff, for us not to have a position. It's not fair on our residents and our businesses or education establishments, because they're asking us, and they deserve to know. We can't keep this a secret, and we do have a preference here. So that's why I did that. I completely agree with what Councillor Drew has said. The worry in Cambridge City, and about councillors in Cambridge City, is that the rural will dominate. So actually, I don't think it is going to be a problem. I think there is going to be a balance. And we heard from Thriplow and Heathfield about how they are going to great pains to join and connect the two communities together. This is exactly the same, but on a bigger scale. I share all the concerns about the number of councillors, but we now understand from government that there will have to be absolutely exceptional circumstances to justify a council of over 100 members or under 30 members. Most of this decision-making is not going to be down to us. This is the Secretary of State taking these decisions. There will be a democratic deficit, and there will be a reduction in diversity. I am absolutely sure, and if you read the work that Professor Colin Copus has been put out, he has put it in the very, very starkest terms. But it will be the Boundary Commission making those decisions about how many councillors there are and how many councillors in each ward. We will do our utmost to put a strong case that is that we've all worked on together, but at the end of the day, they can all be thrown in the bin, and the Boundary Commission can foist on us whatever they want. On the subject of parishing, well, the government made it absolutely clear they do not want more parishing because they see it as a way of raising the tax base. So they haven't mandated yet, and I suspect they're going to, they haven't mandated yet for no more parish councils. But what Jim McMahon constantly says, he talks about area or neighbourhood partnerships. Now, the problem with those is they can't precept, and therefore the cost of running them comes back onto the council. And therefore, we would end up with parish councils raising their own precept and, area partner or neighbourhood partnerships in Cambridge City, which the new council would be paying for. So, yeah, absolutely share the concerns there. As far as the priorities are concerned, all the advice, I've sat in so many meetings about this, is in that year of the shadow cabinet, you have to prioritise adult and children's services because you have to be safe and legal on day one, and then you kind of deal with all the other stuff afterwards. I think Councillor Williams, I'm trying to find the words you used about, you know, which implied it was going to be us. It's not going to be us. It's going to be a different entity at the end of the day. This new unitary council, you know, there will be some people, you know, will survive it, but it's a different entity. It's a different council. And, you know, once that Section 24 notice is issued, it will be up to, you know, the key people in that new entity to be making all those decisions. And those of us left behind will be just keeping things ticking along. What, sorry? Whispering in my ear here. Okay. Local government reorganisation was not in the manifesto. It was a very unwelcome surprise. It actually has its roots years ago, and again, Colin Copers is great on this. I think Eric Pickles had an awful lot to do with it back in the day. So it's been sitting on the shelves of whatever government for years, and it's been dusted off, and it's come back. But as I said at the beginning, we have to do it well, because actually we are serving the residents and the businesses and all the establishments of South Cambridgeshire, and we have to make sure that the legacy of South Cambridgeshire District Council, which has been here for 50 years and isn't going to make 53 years, is going to be a really, really exemplary unitary council.
Point of information, Chair.
Go ahead, Councillor Hurley-Williams.
The leader refers to other governments. There was a fundamental difference. Before, there was always the option to do this, and some places did opt into it, but it wasn't mandatory and forced as this current government is doing. I think that's an important distinction.
Noted, thank you. Councillor Richard Williams.
Yeah, I think just a point of personal information again. I think it was me, the leader, was referring to. Just to clarify the point, I didn't say we would be the social care authority. Just to clarify the point, what I said is I'd like to see some data on the viability of a Greater Cambridge authority as a social care authority before we make the decision. That was my point, just to make sure that's understood.
Thank you. At this point, I think we can move to a vote. Members, are you content to take this decision by affirmation? Really? Does anyone wish to vote against the proposal? Does anyone wish to abstain? Apparently not. So the council therefore agrees this motion by affirmation. Thank you. Item 11 on the agenda is an update on the 4-day week and the council's future arrangements. Call on the leader of the council to present the report and move the recommendations.
Thank you very much. I'm going to stand up, because actually this is probably the most important decision this council has taken in a long time. Having said that, the one we've just covered is going to be even more important. So before I start, I'd like to thank every single one of our colleagues and friends who've been part of this trial and who've got us to this historic moment in the 50-year life of South Cambridgeshire District Council. It's not politicians who've made the 4-day week and who've changed the face of the public sector forever. It's you. Through your hard work, your commitment, your creativity, and your hunger for innovative solutions. So thank you to all of our colleagues and friends in South Cambridgeshire District Council and our shared services. So it's been a real journey to get to this point, and I want to take us all back to the beginning in late 2022. At that time, we were, like many other councils, a council under pressure. We were working really hard, but we were really struggling to fill vacancies, particularly in planning and in waste and in other technical services. And at best, we could only fill 8 out of 10 vacancies, and at worst, it was 5 out of 10, and sometimes we advertised for really nice jobs and no one applied. And when we did recruit, we often had trained people up and they became brilliant, and then we just lost them to the private sector, who could pay far more than we can pay. So what followed was higher costs, increased use of agency staff, and regrettably poorer services for our residents. And we had a choice. We could continue with business as usual and accept those high costs and the poorer services, or we could try something really, really bold. And we pride ourselves in South Cambridgeshire on embracing innovation. And so that's how we became the first local authority in the country to trial a 4-day week. And now, after 2 years, the results are in, and I'm here to tell you that it works. It really, really works, and it's exceeded our expectations. And we said from the beginning that the trial would only be a success if 5 things happened. If service performance stayed the same or improved, if staff health and well-being got better, if more people applied for jobs, and there were people we wanted to employ, if fewer people left, and if we spent less on those really, really expensive agency staff. And it's obvious from the copious amount of evidence we have that we've achieved every single one of those. So let's start with performance. Since the trial began, 21 out of 24 key performance indicators have been maintained or improved. Householder planning decisions are made 19 days faster on average. Housing benefits are processed quicker and calls are answered sooner. And I had a lovely chat to the people in our contact centre only yesterday or the day before yesterday to congratulate them on the mystery shopper exercise that shows that they are providing the gold standard in local government. They were very moved actually, but it was well deserved. And in fact, some of our key services, like emergency housing repairs, were delivering on time 100% of the time throughout the entire trial. And on staff well-being, the data is equally powerful, and we've already had a question posed by our Unison rep celebrating that. Mental health, up by 17%. Physical health, up by 15%. Motivation, actually key to driving improvements, up by 11%. Significantly improved across the board. Our staff now score higher than the national benchmark across every well-being measure, and in many cases are in the top 20%. And one officer told us, "I used to feel constantly under stress. Now I have space to rest and I'm more productive because of it." And someone else said, "The 4-day week's why I'm still here." And that matters because it's about more than flexibility. It's about building a workplace where people thrive, and our staff thrive in South Cambridgeshire, and we thrive because they are thriving. And it's working for that problem that we set out to solve, recruitment and retention. We've seen a staggering 123% increase in job applications, and voluntary resignations have fallen by 41%. And roles that we simply couldn't fill before are now attracting dozens of highly qualified candidates. So that revolving door has stopped revolving. And then there's the cost, because this is all, these things always boil down to money. Since the trial began, we've saved nearly £400,000 a year net by reducing our reliance on agency staff. And that's not just a nice to have, it's real money that we no longer have to spend, meaning it can go back into services that matter for our residents. And earlier this year, we were finally able to consult our residents and hear their experience of a 4-day week. And what did that tell us? Well, in our independent survey, the vast majority of services showed no significant change. Far and away, the most common comment expressed by 45% of residents surveyed was that they were supportive of the 4-day week. One resident told us, "I've moved here recently and your service is better than my last council's. You answer the phone and you do what you say you'll do. I don't care how you do it as long as it works," and it does. Chair, this is not about working less, it's about working smarter. We are living in the 21st century. We're living in the age of technological overdrive, and this is the way of working. For organisations like us, it's smarter working, not longer working, that delivers improvement. It's about creating an organisation where people are valued, and I hope you all know how valued you are, and where that value is returned to us through greater productivity, better service, and long-term savings. It's not perfect, and where we fall short of residents' expectations, we'll work even harder to improve, because now we can do that. We know we can drive improvements. Whatever working model we adopt, continuous improvement has to be at the core of how we move forward. but the evidence is clear. The 4-day week works for South Cambridgeshire. So today, I'm asking colleagues across this chamber to support the recommendations set out in the paper to make the 4-day working week permanent and to show once again that South Cambridgeshire can lead where others will undoubtedly follow. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I now call for a seconder.
I second and formally, reserve my right.
Reserve your right to speak at the end. Thank you, Councillor John Williams. Who would like to speak on this item? Councillor Shrabona Bhattacharya. Sorry, Councillor Dr. Shrabona Bhattacharya.
Thank you very much. I think a lot of people will speak today. I have a couple of questions. Our leader said there was so much of diversion in the main topic, mental health, physical health. I'm thankful to her that she didn't say the world peace. And nowadays, a lot of world leaders are actually working on the world peace. So that is a very, 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 very popular topic as well. I'm sitting here today because my residents who selected me and so who just selected me here, and that's why I am their councillor. I have received more than 300 emails. You can check my inbox. People are so worried about this topic. People are really, really worried. So they have actually asked me not to support this act. So that's why I'm here today. Earlier also I told this council that you all are creating an unfair system. We are not talking about 2 days work or 3 days work or 4 days work. You can of course ask your people to come for 3 days work, 4 days work, but the actual problem starts when people are seeing you paying 5 days money in 2 days work, 3 days work and 4 days work. Why don't you make a provision 4 days work, 4 days payment? Clear? Very good. Why do you have to show the world 4 days work and the 5 days payment? And there is the problem starting point. Because this is not a very efficient and fairness to the people, those who are paying tax. So can this council please be sensible with a very sense of care, respect, integrity when they are spending taxpayers' money? No one is stopping you, 4 days work or 3 days work. Just stop saying people that I am paying 5 days of salary when they are working 3 days or the 4 days. Now, if you are talking about the efficient work, very, the smart approach, working smarter, who stop you to give the officers a special award on that smarter approach, smarter efficiency? Who stop you? Thank you.
Thank you. Next request to speak is Councillor Martin Khan.
Thank you very much. In terms of, I thought I'd talk about a previous example of changing to working practices. I was a local government officer for nearly 20 years, and during my time, 40 years ago, they introduced flexi-time. This had similar sort of rivalries and disagreements between people. There was a group that felt that this was going to be a completely utter cheat. They didn't trust workers to work fairly, and this was going to be a waste of time because people could work longer hours and get days off in lieu. And the timing wasn't strict at 9 to 5. That was quite a revolution then. This was early 1980s, but it went through. And I can say, as an employer at that time, the change in my working practice was dramatic. It was much more pleasant to work, and I was much more at ease. It made life easier. When I was at work, I was working more efficiently. It was a good improvement. At that time, I had 2 senior bosses in front and top of me, one of whom felt that everybody was going to cheat and it was a fraud, and another person who felt that we had to trust staff. I can only comment that the outcome proved that the boss who said that we should trust staff was actually the one that was proved right by experience. And I think this is going to be exactly the same, and that you will find out that people who trust staff will get better response from them. people who think they're trying to cheat you will naturally get worse response from them. And therefore, I think this is Councillor Smith has outlined all the actual benefits, the proof of the pudding in the eating, that it has actually produced the results, and I think that's because we have trusted staff. In terms of the arguments that were made about the fact that the staff, there were people who were dissatisfied with council services, you have to remember that this is a multifactorial thing. You don't know whether it's related to a 4-day week, apart from the fact that the numbers were very low to have little statistical significance. I think we should really look at the results of what actually happened in practice in terms of our measurements of services, and that's the important thing that we should work by. So I'm very much in favour of this proposal.
Thank you. Next request to speak is Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair, and through you, Chair. I think every member of this council needs to be very clear what we're being asked to do today. We are being asked to vote to tell the residents of South Cambridgeshire that we're going to take their money in council tax and we're going to give that money to our staff not to work 1 day a week. That's what we're being asked to do. And we are telling the residents we're doing that. We're not asking them. And we're not asking them because we haven't actually put this proposition at any election. The leader started by talking about a journey back in 2022. I remember that journey back in 2022, one September evening, suddenly getting a phone call being told there was an emergency council meeting, an emergency briefing, because South Cambridgeshire District Council was going to introduce a 4-day week. Now, just 4 or 5 months before that, we'd had a district council election. Was the introduction of a 4-day working week, whereby we take the money of taxpayers and we give it to our staff, only asking them to work 4 days when we're paying them for 5, was that in the manifesto of any political party represented in this chamber? No, it was not. And therefore, there is no mandate for this from the voters of South Cambridgeshire. If you wanted to introduce a 4-day week, you should have had the courage to put it in your manifesto, and if you'd been voted in on that basis, well, then you would have had a perfect, legitimate right to do it. You didn't. You brought this up 4 months after the last district council election. It is not acceptable, and it is treating residents with contempt that such a fundamental change in the nature of the relationship between the council and its council taxpayers was not put to the electorate. That is not acceptable, and for that reason, and for that reason alone, this council should not vote to make the 4-day week permanent at this point. I want to pick up on a few other points that the leader mentioned. She talked about 5 tests, and I want to talk about 2 of those in particular. Firstly, service performance. The council is making, or the administration is making, a great play of the fact that service performance hasn't got any worse. And that's about the best, even if we accept your measures, that we can say for this. It hasn't really got any worse. Well, what about a council that doesn't just say, oh, we don't want to make things worse? What about a council that says we want to make things better? That we want to improve things for residents? That we set that as the test, not we just don't want to make it worse. But actually, if you look at the resident survey, the actual residents, the actual voters in South Cambridgeshire, they say it has got worse, because several services they reported as having deteriorated since the start of the 4-day week trial. Another point that the leader mentioned was cost. And the council, again the leader today, has made a great claim that this has saved us money on agency staff. It has not saved us money on agency staff, as the figures that the council administration was forced to publish yesterday show. The report claims £400,000 saving from reduced agency staff by using a completely convoluted and artificial measure. The only real and fair measure of whether the 4-day week has resulted in the council spending less on agency staff is the total agency staff spend. And as the data that was given to me earlier in the week and was released by the council yesterday shows, the agency spend was higher in years 1 and 2 of the trial than it was in the year before. It was fractionally lower last year, but frankly no difference. There is no £400,000 saving. It is a fiction. And again, this council is treating the residents of South Cambridgeshire with contempt by repeating, frankly, nonsense measures to try and claim a financial benefit in terms of saving agency costs that simply isn't there. I've been shocked, frankly, over the last 3 years at the way this council has ignored the very clear views of residents that they do not support this trial. They simply do not. But the council persists in gaslighting its residents by claiming that the residents' perception that council services have deteriorated is all somehow wrong, the residents have got it wrong, we know better. Claiming there are financial savings when actually there are none. It's an absolutely shocking betrayal of the voters in South Cambridgeshire.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Richard Stobart, please.
Thank you, Chair. So to the point of the two sides of what we've done, on the one hand, we have the KPIs. So whatever's said about the performance of the council, the KPIs demonstrably and incontrovertibly held up during the trial. So we have that data recorded. We looked at the KPIs right throughout the period, scrutiny and overview, examined them in great detail. We had every opportunity to see, and what we saw was that the council performance continued to be held up. Now, there is another side of this, and I just refer members to Appendix G, which is, if you will, illustrating the human side of this. Now, this wasn't simply a mechanical activity. It was one in which officers of the council organised themselves and worked against an incentive to prove that work could be done in 4 days by reorganising, by using new working techniques, and by being more productive. And those stories come out not in numbers, but in human experience. So there was work done, and council officers did make a big effort, and the result was the KPIs held up. And furthermore, and the leader just talked about that in her comments, was that the welfare of staff improved. So there are two sides of this, but there's an incontrovertible, the KPIs held up. And isn't that what our performance with residents is about? You know, we continue to empty the bins, we continue to approve planning applications, and yet at the same time, here are the council officers working very hard on producing a new working practice, if you will, a kind of an intentional revolution in the way the council was working. So I think those two aspects need to be held together, sometimes in tension and sometimes in parallel. But what happened was the result of a tremendous effort on the part of officers, which resulted in the performance that we see. So I think comments before have treated perhaps the council activity as mechanical. This is not. This is very organic, and the result is a very new and effective culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Tom Bygott, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm opposed to this motion. As with all the other councillors, we weren't consulted when the trial was begun. We had no vote in full council, so this is the first time that I've been able to vote on this. Yes, it's true that we have traditionally found it difficult to hire staff, but it's very obvious why that is, because Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire are some of the most expensive places in England to live, and if you're a council officer, you can live far more cheaply in Fenland or Great Yarmouth or other places. And a 4-day week doesn't address the underlying problem, which is that this is a very expensive place to live. If we were offering higher salaries, then it would address that issue. But of course, we would only need to offer higher salaries for those posts that are difficult to fill. A blanket 4-day week for everybody is a very blunt instrument to achieve that with. Now, as it has been said, we are the first council in England to introduce a 4-day week. And so any benefit that we have in attracting more staff is relative to other councils. So if it is true that every council is going to offer a 4-day week, then that advantage will then go, and we will find it hard to hire people again. And what are we going to do then? Are we going to introduce a 3-day week, a 2-day week, a 1-day week, a 0-day week? You can see where that goes. It doesn't address the underlying problem, and it's only one way that can go. So in the resident survey, in which residents weren't asked the simple question, do you support a 4-day week? Not one single service in any of those surveys of the residents, business and stakeholders showed a statistically significant improvement. Large numbers of them showed statistically significant decreases, and many of them show no statistically significant difference. But the statistician's report is very clear. It's filled with warnings about low sample sizes. No statistically significant difference is not the same as there being no difference. It's a product of two things. It's the effect size, what you're trying to measure. Do our residents think that things are worse or the same? And it's also a product of the amount of data that's used. And it's very clear to me as a professional statistician that one of the big issues with these surveys is that we didn't ask enough people. And had we asked enough people, I think it is quite clear that there would be far more services which say that there was a statistically significant decrease. For example, in the resident survey, bin collections, council tax service, contact centre were all statistically significant decreases. Those are some of our most important services. And it's I don't think it's a coincidence, because in fact, they're probably the ones where more people answered the question. Now, I did offer to look at the statistics, but I was told I'm not allowed to see the data. And then we come to the question, why is it that KPIs show a different answer than the surveys? And I think the answer to that really is that we're not, we are here for the residents. We're not communicating properly with the residents. So these are some of the things that people have said in the open text responses.
Could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
If you try to phone up the council on a Friday or a Monday, it's incredibly difficult to get a hold of anyone. And I think that probably goes to the core of why it is that our residents don't think things have improved or thinks that they've actually got worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Graham Cohen, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'd just like to pick up on some of the points that Councillor Bashataria made earlier in regards to fairness. So the reason I won't be supporting this is I bored the council before about a conversation that I had with a fairly senior nurse on a very busy ward who was working very hard, 37.5 hours a week on that ward, whose biggest bill, other than her council tax, other than her rent, was council tax. And her dismay that her council tax had gone up, whilst this council was paying people to stay at home. And it's that issue of fairness that keeps being brought up with my residents and them emailing me. And then when we look at the report, at the same time as the 4-day week trial has been conducted, we've seen more money spent on agency staff, more money spent on transformation, staff levels going up. In fact, we've recruited an extra 97 staff over that period. So if you say that we've reduced hours by around about 13%, we've actually increased staffing levels by about 15%. We've spent millions of pounds on unworked hours that is not taken into account in this report, at the same time as putting council tax up, at the same time as satisfaction levels are going down and businesses are telling us that services have got worse. I would also like to finish by questioning the independence of this report. So in this picture, you can see Professor Birchall, and this photo, I don't know if you can see that on the camera.
Excuse me, we cannot be making comments about somebody who's not present to defend themselves. I'm sorry, that's outrageous.
This has been checked. He's allowed to say what he thinks. It's in the public domain.
I'm sorry, can you please take legal advice?
You have no constitutional right to shut down another member leader.
Councillor Cohn, what are you actually going to say about this?
So what I'm going to say through you, Chair, is that this photo clearly shows Professor Birchall in an interview prior to carrying out our report in a t-shirt that reads, "Keep calm and support a 4-day working week," in an interview where he's selling the benefits of a 4-day working week. So I think it's fair that the public see this and can make their own choice as to whether this is an independent person that selected by the council to undertake this report. And that's up to the public to decide. Thank you.
Your own decision as to whether this Professor Birchall is independent or not, and whether it's actually relevant to the discussion we have today.
They can, in light of this. Yeah.
Leader, you wanted to interject to that point?
Well, I just want to. Sorry. So, sorry. No, we're going to keep this debate civil. You know, the leader of the opposition has already received a letter from Professor Birchall remonstrating about the misrepresentation of the report that he was party to. So I think, you need to be very, very cautious about, attacking eminent, internationally respected academics who have helped us because they are experts in a certain subject area. So I just think you're on awfully dodgy ground here, and I would counter the leader.
Possibly move on at this
I stand by everything that I said, Chair.
Point of personal explanation, the leader has referred to private correspondence that I've received, and I'd like to clarify the situation.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I have received an email, and a response will be sent today as I received it last night. I stand by my comments, of which, when I speak on the debate later, there is nothing in what I've said that is factually incorrect. The report itself admits what it is. I believe Professor Birchall may have misunderstood the context of the quote, and I will explain that to him. But I would like clarification whether you're on dodgy ground, you ought to be very careful, was a threat from the leader.
What I said is what I said. I think we just need to be very careful about maligning people.
Councillor Lentil, you wish to clarify something that's said?
Sorry, Chair, I've lost track of the debate. Are we, we're talking about one of the authors of the report here, Professor Brendan Birchall, whose Twitter address is 4DW_Cambridge, 4-day week at Cambridge. That's who we're talking about? Okay, he's an advocate for the 4-day week, and, that's fine, but let's not pretend he's an independent person with an open mind.
Councillor Lentil, his Twitter address doesn't imply he's an advocate. It may just imply that he's a specialist in the 4-day week. We don't know.
Well argued.
He's not here to defend
well argued, Chair. I'm not
on.
sure it stands up, but
Next
it's a beautiful
speaker,
argument.
please, Councillor Susan van der Ven.
Thank you, Chair. During the period leading up to the 4-day week trial, because it has been a trial until now, we were in pandemic times, and public service organizations across the country and locally we're grappling with poor workforce health. This was certainly a great concern of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Health and Wellbeing Board. COVID had left its mark, especially in certain sectors and for certain population groups. One cohort was young families in which both parents sustained full-time jobs remotely from home while simultaneously juggling all-day childcare and/or remote learning. We know that children experience developmental delays because of lockdown, and this plays out today. As always, pressures on people affect mental and physical health. The South Cambs 4-day week trial was an innovative and bold, if controversial, and I think quite courageous step in the public service sector. It took account of the way that lives have changed, not just since COVID, but over the past 10 and 20 years, a time that has seen declining economic national health and new pressure on daily lives. What is the 4-day week? What does it mean? Why do it? I've been reading about 4-day week trials around the world, and the essence is a more refreshed, healthier workforce, bringing greater productivity to the organization. And there are so many different types of organizations which have participated in this exercise. The South Cambs 4-day week trial has spurred individuals to reconsider and change their ways of living. In today's proposal, the 5th day is not separated from the South Cambs employment contract, but is a day to do different things as part of the tableau of the week, and it energizes the other 4. The clear improvements to health and well-being during the trial period are documented at length in detail in the Robertson-Cooper report, in today's report. The headline is that our staff are healthier, and healthier staff is meaning that our council is performing better, and public money is being saved. These are the duties of our council, for our council to perform well and to do well with public money. The culture change of the 4-day week goes against some long-held values and beliefs about what constitutes proper work. Nothing is black and white. The world never stands still. There are always things to do better, and the world will change again. Today is a moment in time. Wikipedia, of all places, says, the 5-day work week is a cultural norm, the result of early 1900s union advocacy to reduce the 6-day work week, which led to the invention of the weekend. In the early 20th century, when the average work week in developed nations was reduced from around 60 to 40 hours, it was expected that further decreases would occur over time. In 1930, local economist John Maynard Keynes estimated that technological change and productivity improvements would make a 15-hour week possible within a couple of generations.
Would you bring your remarks to a close, please?
For now, the report is overwhelmingly clear, and it would be a retrograde step to revert back to old ways of working. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Dr. Lisa Redrup, please.
Thank you, Chair. Our council services depend on the expertise and effectiveness of our staff, which in turn depends on the council's attractiveness as an employer, as well as our staff's well-being. We know that recruitment and retention of staff is a widespread issue for councils. This was recently confirmed in a local government association workforce survey, and so I'm pleased to see that during the trial of the 4-day week, spending on agency workers reduced, as well as spending on recruitment and retention payments, resulting in significant savings for the council that means more money for our services for residents. That these savings coincide with improvements to many services, to me shows the significant benefits of the 4-day week through having more permanent, motivated and healthier members of staff who can do more for our residents. I note that there is still more work to do to improve residents' experience of council services, but I'm confident that the 4-day week will help the council continue to improve services for our residents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor James Hobro, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to talk about what I think is the most important issue here, which is having a relentless focus on better value for money for our taxpayers. So around 3 years ago, we were told by the then Conservative government that local authorities needed to explore more innovative and efficient ways of working. Not long afterwards, this council adopted a trial of a more efficient way of working that had already been tried and tested in the private sector with impressive results, the 4-day working week. 2.5 years later, we have gathered a huge amount of data on how this trial has operated, and we're in a very good position to judge its success. But rather than supporting our innovation to improve value for money, the Conservative government and the Conservative opposition in South Cambs mounted persistent political attacks on this council, not because our approach wasn't working, but because they were ideologically opposed to it. They talked the talk on improving value for money, but when we actually delivered it, they did not support us. It is also very disappointing that the Taxpayers Alliance and some right-wing newspapers have lost their focus on improving value for money and are stuck in an ideological rut in opposing this. In contrast, this Liberal Democrat Council has maintained a laser focus on delivering improved value for money to our residents and businesses. In the last 2 years, while operating the 4-day week trial, we have reduced the average time to determine householder planning applications from 10 weeks down to just over 7 weeks. That is a huge improvement. 2 years ago, only 70% of non-major applications were determined within 8 weeks or the agreed timeline. This is now up at 95%. These metrics are way, way above most councils. Our bin collecting schedule is more convenient for residents who no longer have to worry about arrangements that change every time there's a bank holiday. These are all real and significant improvements for our residents, so it isn't correct to say that things have stayed the same. This trial has really improved services for residents. At the same time, the cost of delivering these services has been reduced. An improvement in services and a reduction in cost, that is what it means to improve value for money for taxpayers. This has been possible because we've changed the way this council works to make it more efficient. While other political parties and campaign groups are stuck in their outdated ideological stance, this Liberal Democrat Council is keeping a clear focus on delivering improved services at lower cost, and that is what really matters in this instance. With my colleagues in the Scrutiny and Overview Committee, I've probed the details of these arrangements repeatedly over the past 2 years to look for flaws or loopholes that might be hiding a different picture. The government, on their request, was given an enormous amount of detailed data, and they also found no hidden picture.
Please draw your remarks to a close. Your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. It turns out that these significant improvements in value for money are genuine, and the trial has been a success. So I urge members to support the move to make these arrangements permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Mark Howell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I have a question first of all, and I'll ask the question, I'll go on, and then hopefully somebody can answer it later on. It's with regards to page 202, paragraph 15. And it says there, and I think we've all said it, that we have so far on the agency bill saved £371,500, which is very admirable. However, if you look further down on paragraph 117, it says there that should we pass this today, we're then going to have to spend £500,000 with regards to 2 vehicles for the waste collection. Now, I'm a bit confused, because that would mean to me that if we pass today, we're actually going to spend out £128,000. I'd just like some clarification on there. The second thing I'm a little bit concerned about is something I've been banging on about since day one, and nobody has yet seemed to give me an answer. And that is the health impact. Now, we've been told that the health impact has increased the physical health by 15%. I'm just concerned about the waste operatives and the extra loads that they have to do. The extra round that they now put in 5 days of work into 4, and the impact that'll have on them. Now, it might well be that it goes up 15% in the short term, but we're not talking short term. We're talking for the next 20, 30 years on their bodies. Nothing's seems to be done about that, and I have repeatedly asked this question all the time, and I've been keep on told, maybe rightly so, that you can't answer that question. But I do think something should be done. We should have had a risk assessment done on that, if nothing else. So that is a great disappointment. Also, I'm also disappointed that something called the Hawthorne effect, I have mentioned it before, has been taken about. Basically, this is something that happened in the 20s when in the Hawthorne Electrical Company in America, they observed the workers, and by observing them, the actual productivity was increased. So by the very fact that we're now in a trial, and the very fact that people are being observed, will mean that their productivity will be increased. It's a known effect. That doesn't seem to have, again, been even mentioned. I might have missed it in any of the reports. I have 3 concerns there, which I have spoken about time and time again. These have not been done. But at the moment, I would just be happy if somebody could answer the paragraph 115 and paragraph 117, because it does say there very clearly, however, if the 4-day week is made permanent, then 2 new vehicles will be required, and the total upfront cost will be £500,000. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Leader, do you want to answer those questions now or pick them up at the end?
I'm happy to do it now. I mean, Councillor Williams is going to...
Okay.
He's going to do the money one. I was going to do the bin one. So thanks to scrutiny and overview on Monday, we now have an additional appendices which actually answers a whole lot of these questions. So if people and members of council haven't read those, I would encourage them to do so, because it addresses a lot of the issues that have been brought up today. So there was a question said, can you explain the different mechanisms of operational versus desk-based 4-day week? So in relation to the rounds, it said the new collection rounds have been designed in a way that enables 70% of crews to return to their own missed bins, thus encouraging first-time round completions. The rounds are also more compact, therefore more collection points and households in each route, and the rounds are thus more efficient for driving and loading. Refuse and recycling bins are collected by the same crews on alternate weeks. This mirroring approach enables crews to quickly grasp new routes, reduce the number of bin store keys and codes for flats, and learn assisted collection locations speedily. This results in fewer missed bins. Overall, the crews are working harder and smarter in return for a rest day each week. On average, the teams collect 120 more bins per day. Now, I understand what you're saying about, is that putting too much physical burden on them? But actually, we would then be seeing that in sickness figures and so on. And actually, for manual jobs like that, I think the having that extra day, that extra non-work day, actually, makes hard physical work far more manageable. I don't know if... Yeah, anyway, I mean, that's the answer I'm going to give to that. If Councillor Williams would like to add any more.
Thank you, Leader. We did deal with this in scrutiny, and in fact, the question was asked whether or not 2 loaders and driving 2 loaders and 2 lorries were included in the figures, and we said they were. The net cost of them is included in the table in the report.
Yes, Councillor Howell.
Thank you very much. So basically what we now are asking our bin people to do is to collect another 3,000 bins a year. Let's put that in perspective. Let's just say it's 10 steps. That's 30,000 steps. That's more steps than 300 steps, considerably more. That's what we're talking. And we're not talking a year, we're talking over a 30-year cycle, 25 years, whatever the person works for us. So that's 30,000 bins more every 10 years, or, for example, 190,000 bins over their career. That is going to have an impact on their body. I've done well, I didn't do a shift. I've done half a shift with a bin crew once. God, did I work hard. Oh, it was hard. It is tough work. And that's with these wheelie bins. That's before the sacks, way before the sacks. And it is hard out there. And it's in all weathers. So it's tough. 120 bins more, 600 more a week. That means 3,000 a year. I think this is too much on them. I will not be supporting this. I can't. I have to look at the long-term physical health of our operatives, and I don't think this is going to be good for them at all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Councillor Sue Ellington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's be honest. The decision to make this permanent was made in 2022 when we had that emergency council meeting. It shows complete contempt for our residents. And we have, I know that it was decided then because I asked the question, what is plan B? And there was no plan B then. And even now, we know that there is no way you can put this genie back in the bottle. It's been let out. And you cannot suddenly turn around to staff and say, oh, you've got to work 5 days next week. So it had already been decided. And the evidence is just not there. And I find it quite intolerable that somebody, and many of us here have done reliable research, that this research that's been put forward is about as reliable. Never mind, I better not say. I'm really appalled that it has been put forward as reliable evidence. Over half of the elements have a cautionary notice because we haven't got enough answers for it to be able to say it's reliable. Where is there an organisation that has allowed a piece of research to be put forward and their reputation is absolutely, well, I better not say what I'm thinking, but it's not good. I think I better shut up now.
Thank you, Councillor Ellington. Next speaker is Councillor Eileen Wilson, speaking as a local member.
Thank you, Chair. I want to talk about my lived experience. During my working life, I have experienced how the increasing use of technology has required a more instant response and increased workloads. As a civil servant in the 1980s, I went from using pen and paper submitted to a typing pool and waiting for my work to be returned to me, to then having an individual personal computer and dealing with a barrage of emails and expectations of immediate turnaround of work. My working environment became more stressful as expectations of immediate responses and stricter deadlines became the norm. While productivity has increased because of access to technology, the outdated standard working week of 9 to 5, 5 days a week, has not evolved to match more demanding working conditions. Having an extra day of rest rather than trying to cram housework, family life, caring responsibilities into a weekend, or just arranging health appointments and other appointments that may not be available at weekends, provides breathing space, less stress, and contributes to greater well-being, so that people are more refreshed and better able to start each new week ready to plough through their tasks with greater energy. From my own lived experience, this is how an extra rest day allows smarter working and maintenance of performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Peter MacDonald, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the feedback from residents that we've had from these surveys, albeit in some places low paces, is considered and valuable, I feel. The key parameters, of course, has been mentioned by previous speakers, are the outputs from the council and its officers. The mystery shopper demonstrated real results compared to councils, many of them, of course, in Tory control, who were lagging way behind in terms of the contact centre performance. If we cast our mind back to last year, the council submitted over 8,000 pieces of data, I believe it was, to the Tory government. You would think after submitting 8,000 pieces of data, you would get many questions. As I understand, not one question was received. A huge team of civil servants working on a 5-day week for their Tory masters couldn't find any fault with the service. Subsequently, the best value notice, which members opposite made just such a fuss about, expired. So, as you will see today, it's not mentioned anymore. The leading campaigners against the 4-day week, who members are in discussions with, are the Taxpayers Alliance. I didn't really know much about the Taxpayers Alliance until I started to look into the fact that their founder was a founder member of the Conservative Friends of Russia, and now they sit in the House of Lords as a peer made by Liz Truss. So I would question that somebody who founded the organisation, Conservative Friends of Russia, and with connections to Liz Truss, maybe isn't the best person that we should listen to on these matters. Chair, we got a sense of the residents' feeling on the 4-day week during the recent county council elections. All the members opposite made a huge pitch on the 4-day week, even though it had nothing to do with the county council. Councillor Heather Williams' leaflet I saw in Gamlingay described how she was fighting the good fight against the 4-day week in a county council election, which left the residents there confused. So what was the result? Well, the result of that election was that members opposite, or residents decided the members opposite should be on a county council no-day week, as they did with the former MP. In 3 seats, in Gamlingay, Longstanton and Shelford, residents actually chose complete novices over the members opposite to serve them. So, Chair, I think the lack of questioning of the government data, the mystery shopper exercise, which shows strong benefits compared to poor performance of some Tory councillors, and the county council campaign show that our residents have concerns, of course, but they're outweighed by the KPI positive benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Heather Williams, your next speaker, and obviously you can incorporate your point of personal explanation into your presentation.
Chair, I think that would take away, I have to clarify my personal explanation, that would take away time in what I would be saying. So can I make those points first, and then I'll go on and the clock should be started then?
Yes, you may do that.
Thank you. So in relation to my literature, yes, I am doing my best to fight against the 4-day week. And Chair, the personal explanation there is actually, and I have somebody that contacted me, the Lib Dem candidate in the division I was standing, equally told residents how they were trying to stop the 4-day week, and they completely disagreed with that. And that is a now Liberal Democrat county councillor. So perhaps it's not quite aligned on that side as they would think. Also, on the point of information, we have a lot of assumptions. We heard earlier about the data. A lot of assumptions being made that a lack of response, as it's put, means that there is no issues and that no issues were found. That cannot be relied on. That is not reliable at all. And that ends my point of personal explanation and point of information, if you're ready for me to now say what I wish to say, Chair. Or is it because they're not here to defend themselves? Because we've had other people be brought into this, and funny enough, when they're on the other side of the argument, it's almost like there's a 2-tier system in this chamber.
Councillor MacDonald, you wanted to respond?
We wanted to say that I'd never said that because of the low base, the results. In fact, I said quite the opposite, that even despite the low returns, and I think she'll find it on the recording, is that they were considered and valuable. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, if you want to go ahead with your regular presentation now.
Thank you, Chair. Through yourself, sticking to the report as much as I can. Page 412 to 436, the resident satisfaction on the survey is down across the board. In the business section on page 440, 12%, only 12, express support for what the council is doing. In relation to response on page 392 of the question about would you want to work here, a slender majority, these are the words, a slender majority, say that this would make them more likely to apply. KPIs, and we do know that KPIs do not cover everything that the council does in its performance and are very quantitative rather than qualitative. An independent report, I think we will all draw our own conclusions as to whether that can independence be relied upon today. But on page 186, it states, it is important to note that the analysis cannot prove that 4-day week working was a direct cause of any change identified. That is in the report itself. It cannot prove it. Over 150 process changes have been made, and it's disingenuous to say that new ways of working could not have been done without the 4-day week. No meetings on some days, shorter meetings, different software, all these things could be achieved. And if they couldn't be, why has the council been spending millions upon millions on a transformation programme? So, supplement paper on paragraph 44, page 7, shows increased CO2 will be an issue because of this. Page 203 says future service changes that have not yet been implemented, like those we know of in the food waste trial, are not included in the costings. So we can't rely on the costings either, because it hasn't included everything. Supplement paper, page 9, shows an increase of 97 members of staff, as others have said. So 15% increase in staff. So that in itself would have an effect on KPIs also. Supplement page 7 shows increased agency spend. So actually we haven't saved money over agency, we're spending more, and it must be taken in the round. You cannot cherry pick a few posts and then make your conclusions based on that. Page 528 clearly shows that 1 in 3 are still working more hours. Therefore, none of the KPIs stand on the basis that this will work, and maybe is the reason that the authors put that little clause in. I don't know, they have to explain that, because officers are working more in 1 in 3 cases. And all of this is in the context of increased council tax, increased affordable rents, and page 527, when it asks officers, before we get told, you know, that we're being unkind, actually we do care about officers as well. We've just got different ideas how to create a nice environment to work in. It says, as you selected, strongly agree or slightly agree, did you feel that your increased levels of stress adversely impacted you? And that was up again. Motivation has come down since its initial peak, and that is clear on page 501. And on page 544, where we do hear those voices from officers, it is a bit mixed bag. And in page 544, it says it can make it more difficult to engage in training because there's not the slack in the system. Training is something that I have raised time and time again. Other things say, oh, I block out time to complete specific tasks. You know, I've been able to help with changing how I'm working. Again, all of these things can be done without giving people a day off.
Please?
I will bring it to a conclusion, Chair. So my conclusion is, it's a shame we don't have reflections anymore, because we used to have that moment to remind us as to why we were here and who put us here, and that is residents. The residents have been clear. The leader made big reference earlier on to local government manifesto, reorganisation not being in their manifesto. As Councillor Richard Williams said, this wasn't in the Lib Dem manifesto here, Chair. We have a situation today where we have a choice. We can show residents that we support them, even though they feel it is, and this is a direct quote, it's a slap in the face for those when they are working hard to pay their ever-increasing council tax, and they are taking on extra hours to pay their bills while their money is spent to give other people a day off every week. It's not right, it's not fair, and there is no reliable proof that it even works. And if this does go ahead, trust between the council and residents could be broken for good, and that is not in the interest of anybody, whether you're a member or whether you're an officer, for that to happen. This must stop. It needs to stop now, because as Councillor Ellington said, the genie's been out the bottle, and with that, Chair, I propose my amendment, because if we don't change things and we don't further look at the productivity policy, we may be in a situation where we are powerless to stop this in the future, and it may be fundamentally necessary, as I feel it is already. So I'd like to move my amendment, Chair, and I'm happy to take a small adjournment if that helps to allow members to digest it.
As this is an amendment without notice, yes, I think we need a short adjournment, please, to discuss.
For the record, I do have a seconder, which is Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, please.
I am Chair. So the reason, and we're obviously just discussing really that 19A, that I've brought the amendment that I have, is because, you know, I'm a member of Employment and Staffing Committee currently. I've got nothing against that committee. I think they are the right place to look and review policies. But the details of this policy will be how the 4-day week, if, bear in mind, if it is voted on later on today and goes forward, these will be the rules of the game, as it were. This will be the checks and balances. And I think, given the interest, and we've got to remember, over 1,000 residents took part in that survey. At scrutiny, the leader said that, you know, people didn't really care how things got done. I think if 1,000 people respond, they do care how it gets done. I think they do care that there are checks and balances. We've heard earlier that there are certain things like long-term health impacts where we don't have risk assessments. I am now aware that there hasn't been official cost-benefit analysis done. There's been no business plan done for this. So the checks and balances are really, really important. And that is something that I feel, full council is making this decision today, it is the right place to make a decision on the checks and balances. So I believe the productivity policy should go through sort of drafting for employment and staffing. It should be scrutinised. And let's not forget, it took a lot of work on many sides to even get the administration to have that document scrutinised that we're seeing today, but actually was very valuable, and we can see that from the responses, the information that we achieved. We cannot rush things like this. There is too much at stake, and if we are going to make a decision at this council, not me personally, but a majority in this room, to do something that residents don't want and spend their money in this way, then with the least we can do as members is agree the checks and balances.
Thank you, and I believe you have a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Richard Williams, do you wish to speak?
I'll speak at the end, thanks, Chair.
That's absolutely fine. Leader, are you accepting this amendment?
No, I can't accept this. We just can't kick the can down the road anymore. The Conservative government stopped us getting to this point a year ago. Our residents and our staff deserve certainty. Our staff are all out there watching what's going on. We've got one of the most fact-rich, comprehensive reports in front of us that we've ever had in this council. We have an excellent employment and staffing committee, well able to take this through the next step. So therefore, I'm not supporting the amendment.
Thank you. I think at this point it would be appropriate for the Chair of Employment Staffing, Councillor Will Jackson-Wood, to comment on the proposed amendment. Councillor Will Jackson-Wood.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, indeed. I chair the Employment Staffing Committee, and I would like to clarify that I make ample opportunity at my committee for robust debate and for the productivity policy, and that all members of the committee are heard. So that would be my thoughts on this particular amendment.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to comment on the amendment or point of clarification? Go ahead.
The leader, just point of information, clarification, is about kicking the can down the road. The Staffing and Employment Committee is the 18th of September, full council is the 2nd of October. No cans getting kicked for the purposes of 2 weeks. However, scrutiny and, yes, involvement of more members, so every resident has a voice, is included in that. But it's not kicking a can, it's ensuring good, proper, open, transparent governance for all our residents.
Councillor Tom Bygott.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a very important report. It's not just a technical side note. It's something that will affect all of our residents. And all of our residents have an interest in this, and that's why it should be something that comes to full council. So one of the big problems we have as a society is democratic deficit. Now, when this 4-day week trial was begun, the decision was made by cabinet, not by full council. And we should be playing our part in not having democratic deficit. We should make sure that full council looks at this because of its importance. And this issue about kicking the can down the road, My experience of this is the opposite, that this has been rushed through with undue haste. Papers only became sort of public last week for some of these things. A scrutiny and overview committee, we could only meet on Monday. That's only a few days ago. So we really haven't had enough time to scrutinise all of these things. And, you know, we've got to not go down that route of more democratic deficit, and that's why we should be seeing this in full council. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Richard Williams, I think you wanted to wrap up.
Yes, Chair, if there are no other speakers, thank you very much. I'm disappointed to hear the leader say that she's not going to accept this amendment. It's a very sensible amendment in my view, and as my colleague Councillor Bygott has just said, and as Councillor Williams said in proposing the motion, it helps to close the democratic deficit. As I said earlier, the 4-day week wasn't in the manifesto of any of the parties that are currently represented in this chamber. None of us have a democratic mandate for it, so the least we could do is ensure that the policy, if it is to be implemented, as I suspect it will be, I must admit I agree with Councillor Ellington. I think it's no surprise to me that the council came up with the claim that the 4-day week was wonderful. I think we all knew that was coming 3 years ago. But that said, there is benefit to having the fullest possible transparency and openness and giving all councillors the right to comment and vote on the productivity policy, which is the way this is going to be implemented. It affects every single one of our residents. As I said earlier, it fundamentally changes the nature of the relationship between the council and its residents, and therefore I think it is appropriate, and actually I think it will be helpful, to be honest, to the leader and the Liberal Democrat Party if they were seen to be accepting, open and transparent and bring this policy back to the full council. What could possibly be the danger in having more openness and more discussion?
Thank you. At this point, I propose we move to a vote. I think it should be a recorded vote in the circumstances. Would you care to second my proposal? Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Wilson. So it would be vote green if you support the amendment, red if you do not support the amendment, and obviously yellow is abstain. Someone's not logged on. Is that everyone here?
Apologies, Chair, we have an issue just with the councillor phone's microphone. We either give an indicative answer or run the vote again.
Yeah.
Would you like to run the vote again, Chair?
I think the results are fairly clear. We have 9 for the amendment, 26 against, and Councillor Fane's vote is not going to make a difference, whichever column he puts it in. So the amendment falls. Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 2-minute adjournment for the monitoring officer to do something magic. Okay, just been discussing a proposed amendment of the monitoring officer, and the proposal is to replace all instances of 4-day week, in quotes, with 5 days paid for 4 days work, in quotes, which, as chair, I'm saying that's technically inaccurate because chief executive could probably comment, but I'm sure most of the officers are salaried staff. They're not paid by the hour. So this is very broad brush change. It is probably inaccurate. Yeah, so at which point we can return to the normal debate, please. The next registered speaker is Councillor Brian Milnes.
Thank you.
No.
The amendment has fallen. Oh, sorry. It's rejected, yeah. We voted on it.
Chair, it may help to clarify, but Councillor Lentell has proposed an amendment which the chair just read out, but it's ambiguous as to whether it is factually correct. Is that what I'm understanding? I can't quite understand why it's been rejected.
I'm basically rejecting it because, as we say...
Can we have the reason for rejection?
Yes. 5 days pay. I'm asking, and no one's contradicted me, that most of the members of staff, the officers, are paid a salary. They're not paid by the day or the hour.
But they are salaried for 5 days. So that is actually correct.
Chair, I'd also point out they're not paid by the week.
Agreed.
Contracts are for a 37, which is a 5-day hour week. So it is factually correct, Chair.
I believe the intention is that employment and staffing will come forward with revised terms and conditions based on what we vote today. So this is just looking backwards.
Chair, if I may, the hours aren't changing. It's a productivity that you get gifted, a day's leave essentially. The contracts are still on the 37 hours, is how it's listed in the report, if this is helpful.
I don't think there's point in voting on this.
Can I raise a point of order, Chair? Could we get clarity on which provision of the standing orders you're relying on to rule this out? No, sorry, you're within my gaze. Apologies, you're just within my gaze. Apologies, Chair. The standing order you're relying on to rule this out, please, would be useful to know. And given that the report refers to 4-day week, it seems a bit strange to rule out something because it refers to the 5-day week.
Interpretation of standing orders. The ruling of the chair as to the application of the standing orders shall be final.
But which standing order are you relying on to rule out a motion on the basis that you've decided it's inaccurate?
If you want to waste another 15 minutes of members' time voting on this when we all know what the result will be...
Excuse me, Chair, but we have a debate before a vote, and we have a vote and a debate. And the fact that we've had to wait 2 years plus for a debate and a vote on this issue... No,
We have had a vote on the amendment. It fell.
Yes, but we would like to know
It's a
on
different amendment, Councillor
which
Bradner.
standing order has it fallen on?
It hasn't fallen, it's been rejected. We haven't voted, so it can't fall.
On the basis of what standing order has my amendment been rejected?
Please do. Monitoring officer.
Excuse me, everyone. So to be clear to everyone, we've had one amendment from Councillor Heather Williams. We're all clear on that. I received a further amendment from Councillor Lentell. I look at the Constitution and Council Standing Orders 15.6, amendments to motions, which today we're interpreting as amendments to report. There is a test there, and whatever I advise the chair, today the hardest job in the room is being chair, and it's the chair's decision how this meeting runs. Ultimately, Council Standing Orders 27 says the ruling of the chair as the application of these standing orders shall be final. I believe the chair is entitled to make his decision as he has explained it. Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry, Chair, to raise a point of order, but what standing order allows the chair to decide that he doesn't like the wording of an amendment? I can't see anything in 15.6 which gives the chair the discretion to take his own view as to whether an amendment is accurate or not and rule it out. It talks about negating the motion. That's in the text. That's an arguable as a reason to rule it out. It talks about the chair shall have the discretion to accept amendments if they are solely based on typographical and grammatical points. But there's nothing in there that says the chair can adjudicate on whether he thinks it's fair or not, and therefore whether we can vote.
Councillor Howell, you're bouncing up down in your chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, look, we put this amendment for a bit of fun. It was just a bit of embarrassment. I was going to be the seconder. I withdraw that particular part. And there's nothing, the Constitution can't cover everything, and we have to leave it down to the Chairman's discretion. If the Chairman has to justify every action, then we're doing a disservice to you and to your role as an experienced councillor. I think we should just now move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. I think we will take your sage advice and return to the main debate. Councillor Brian Mills, please.
Gosh, that was quite a wait. Councillors, colleagues, I obviously wish to speak in support of this motion or report, and in view of the overwhelming evidence before us, can see no possible reason for the opposition to oppose it. Because, after all, Chair, the Leader of the Opposition has often said that she doesn't want to oppose for opposing's sake. But that doesn't seem to be the case in that matter. Here's a chance.
Point of personal explanation, Chair.
Oh, dear.
Are you going to refute Councillor Mills' comment?
He's suggesting that I'm opposing for opposing's sake. That is absolutely not what I'm doing here. We've demonstrated that time and time again on the things that we have supported. It's disingenuous, Chair, to suggest that that's what we're doing today.
I'm quite happy to withdraw the suggestion that the Leader of the Opposition is opposing for opposing's sake, so we can move on.
Thank you, Councillor Mills.
You're welcome. Where was I? Not very far. I better hurry up.
Having a nice time.
So, is this a question of ideological opposition? A question raised earlier. The then local government minister, Lee Rowley, seemed to be utterly incensed by the idea. And he couldn't find a scrap of evidence in that best value reporting to support his position of this being the wrong sort of innovation. Then Minister of State for Brexit Opportunities and Government Efficiency, Bogie, or should we say Bogey, I don't know. So this was Jacob Rees-Mogg, who was equally appalled by such concept, leaving notes reading, "I look forward to seeing you in the office very soon," thinking that was a fit way to treat senior civil servants who were working from home. And all this from Jacob Rees-Mogg, a man who was quite infamous for falling asleep on the job. So these ideologies are not just Tory-inspired, they're a shibboleth, utterly antagonistic to the likes of occupants of 55 Tufton Street, referred to before, Liz Truss, and particularly in this context, the Taxpayers Alliance, same house. They who have admitted to ceding the response to the public consultation and have recently provided email templates in an attempt to try and dissuade councillors to vote this proposal down. So we shouldn't be surprised that the response of the reactionary right is typically antiquated. Paying workers the same for working fewer hours? That's shocking, outrageous. Contrast that with, it is high time to rid ourselves of the notion that leisure for workers is either lost time or a class privilege. That's a quote, Chair, from Henry Ford in 1926, after introducing his 40-hour, 5-day week, which led to higher safety, improved well-being and health, while increasing output and productivity. It's time, Chair, for the opposition to give up on their antiquated views, their antediluvian, outdated perspective. I invite members then to accept the overwhelming evidence of saving taxpayers' money, successful changes in work patterns, benefits in recruitment and staff retention, and huge improvements in staff well-being, which makes this such a compelling case. I recommend it to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bhattacharya, you did request to speak, but I know it seems a very, very long time ago. You have spoken already, and members already know.
I will make a small point. I will be echoing Councillor Graham's point, and he also works in the hospital. My daughter is a full-term pregnant, and she is working 50 hours in the operation theatre. She is a surgeon in training. So we as councillors, we do have a moral, ethical, and social duties to create a fair, fair society, fair system. And I'm really very surprised to see why are you forcing yourself not to see and understand that this simple thing, that people are upset to see their tax money is not being used properly, unfairly.
Thank
So,
you.
and this
Please
is also
draw your
there is
remarks to a
there
close.
is
Next speaker is Councillor Anna Bradnam, please.
and also there is no evidence in any council where they are also following this system. So this is just an ethical question. So public money is not saved until you are showing them that's a 4 days payment for the 4 days work, 3 days payment for the 3 days work. You cannot really play around
Councillor
them.
Bhattacharya, you're a breach of standing orders. You've spoken for a second time. I was going to politely remind you you're not entitled to. Please do not do that again. Right, let's go on to the next registered speaker, which is Councillor Bradnam, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Taking us right back to the beginning of this discussion, Councillor Khan spoke to us about his experience of change in local council many years ago, and that change sometimes involves trusting our officer colleagues. And of course that goes alongside monitoring the outcomes to ensure that service levels do not drop. During COVID, this council trusted our staff to work from home and enabled our colleagues to do that, sending them home with equipment to use to enable that to happen. The staff rose to that challenge and continued to deliver services to our residents despite the difficulties that we were all experiencing with lockdown. As part of this 4-day-week trial, we have the DJS representative survey on page 151 of residents and copious data on delivery against our KPIs at page 47, where 21 out of 24 KPIs improved or stayed the same and certainly got no worse. There were a very few, less than 5, I think, that got worse. To me, this indicates that trusting our staff is extremely worthwhile, because in my experience of working, when I am trusted to do a good job, I do a better job. So, coming back to my question to the leader, in paragraphs 20 to 23 on page 183 of our agenda, there is an explanation of the difficulties that we were having as a council in 2022, which prompted the consideration of the 4-day-week trial. Can you tell us, over the 27 months of the trial, how officers feel their relationship with their work has changed?
Thank you. The next registered speaker is Councillor Dan
I was
Lento.
hoping to have a response from the leader.
Maybe she wants to pick that up at the end. Yeah, thank you.
Leader, there are people who want to say that opposition to this proposal is ideologically driven. It's not. There is a core argument for a 4-day week in local government, and it's not been made. We must maintain spare capacity in our public systems, especially health and human services, so they can surge during times of acute societal stress. COVID-19 made it painfully clear
that our systems are too lean, too brittle, and too underprepared. When a real crisis hits, be it pandemic, climate, cyber attack, or war, you need a reserve, a depth of trained, rested, ready staff. That means normal working conditions must build in flexibility. A 4-day week isn't a luxury, it's how we retain talent, prevent burnout, preserve institutional memory, and create a rested reserve of staff who can be called upon when it really counts. This argument is so obvious. So why is it being ignored? Because those in charge too often only see systems as they function in normal times. They plan for efficiency, not resilience. Senior leadership teams tend to think top down, budgets, KPIs, dashboards, but the people's interest demands readiness, the kind our parents and grandparents instinctively knew in the post-war consensus era. Local government is not a business, it is the people's insurance policy against chaos. So a 4-day week isn't a fringe idea, it's the most conservative, patriotic and common sense proposal in a post-COVID world. It's not about slacking off, it's about showing up better, longer and stronger when it really matters. And if local government isn't about readiness for the worst days while keeping everyday life ticking, what is local government for? Well, local government, it seems to me, ought to be about having debates. It ought to be about having the conversations. It should be about making sure that we're looking at reliable data that hasn't been written by out-and-out activists. I'm sure the chap is a lovely person to know in the common room and the senior common room and all the rest of it, but he's a 4-day week activist. We know that the previous report, presented to this council as independent, was tampered with. We know that key details, key negative points were removed. Why? Because the people who set this trial in motion had a series of answers, not a series of questions. How do we improve staff morale and health? How do we ensure that the public confidence is not shaken? This trial has done more harm than good because it has been so ignoring, as Councillor Dr. Bhattacharya has said repeatedly, it has ignored an essential element of social justice. Why should people, particularly those with caring responsibilities, women, why should they be asked?
You've had your 3 minutes. Please wind up your remarks.
To reiterate Councillor Dr. Bhattacharya's point, why are people who already take pay cuts to work what is actually a 4-day week being asked to subsidise with taxes they are legally obliged to pay what is in effect 5 days paid for 4 days worked? I will not support this proposal. It is unfair and it's not a very good version of 4 in 7 working. Thank you for your indulgence, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lentel. We have 3 more registered speakers, Councillors Drew, Hawkins and Atkins. Do you wish to go ahead and speak, or have the points already been made? There seemed to be a lot of repetition. Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, do you want to, you still want to speak? Councillor Atkins, do you want to speak, or you? Okay, so, no. Our last speaker will be Councillor Timmy Hawkins, please. Oh, you were drawing. Sorry, I'm misinterpreting your hand signals. So do you wish to speak, Councillor Hawkins? Yes. Then go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just feel that it's important to say something, especially when the planning service was one of the reasons that we trialed the 4-day week to help with recruitment and retention. And as we've seen already today, we are doing well. We are an evidence-based council. One of the things that we do is when we determine applications, we actually do send out feedback forms to applicants. And we do have quite a number of those come back to us, and I can share this with anybody who wants to see it. And we have very good responses in that. In fact, the improvement that we've seen, I think, is about 25% of those who are going, yes, we've got 4 or 5 stars improvement. Many might not remember, back in 2017, the planning service was close to designation. But the transformation service we've been on, the introduction of 4-day week, has seen a lot of changes for us. And one thing that that I also like to make clear is that as far as the applications we determined, there's over 2,000 just for South Cambs, and another 1,000 plus for the city. So over 4,000 in the planning service as a whole. But 94% of those were approved in the time agreed, with the applicant. Now, even the government data shows that we are the top planning service in Cambridgeshire, above everybody else. Now, we didn't just get there by accident. There was a lot of changes that we've done. We've improved our processes, we've enhanced our systems, we've improved the way in which we deliver the service, we train our workforce, and we are innovating. That's one of these awards here. So it's not just happening by chance. It's something that we've had to do. And let me just, there's a lot I could say. I've got plenty of data here. But here is a residential quote from someone who says, "I think it's brilliant what South Cambs are doing with their 4-day week. Not easy to push forward with innovative working practices in the public sector. But their courage has paid off with money saved, productivity maintained, recruitment and retention problems solved. Achieving success like this whilst councils everywhere are in crisis is highly commendable and needs to be replicated ASAP." I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins. Councillor Mike Atkins, do you still wish to speak?
Yes, briefly, if I may, Chair. Thank you. I just wanted to engage with a few points that have been raised in the debate to the extent that this is helpful. The challenges that this council faces in recruitment have already been eloquently explained as high living costs and high private sector wages in our local area. I was wondering if we would hear any alternative solution to the 4-day week today, and we have. And the solution suggested from another member was to simply increase wages in hard-to-fill roles. Let's put aside where that money would come from, higher council tax perhaps, or what the effect would be of creating a 2-tier workforce. I think the idea that we would be able to compete on wages on a level playing field with our private sector competitors, that seems pretty unlikely given the relative financial resources that we have. Far better, surely, to outcompete in another dimension of staff benefits at no cost to the taxpayer, and lo and behold, it seems to have worked incredibly well in terms of our applicants and our recruitment and our retention. We were also criticised for seizing a first mover advantage, which is a criticism I'm always very happy to receive. Well done us. A smaller clarification, there was some debate around the load on our refuse workers and concern over their activity over the course of a year or longer. Now, if I've understood this correctly, their rounds are more compact now. We have roughly the same number of bins and the same number of operatives. So if anything, the number of steps, for example, over the course of the year should, if anything, be lower than before, not higher. I hope that's of some reassurance to the members concerned. I'm not particularly convinced by arguments that worse working practices in other workplaces means we can't improve working practices in our workplace. That seems a little unkind and unfair to our staff. Just to summarise, for me this matter is relatively straightforward. When a resident in my ward contacts the call centre or maybe has a complex planning application, do they speak to a motivated, engaged member of staff who's worked for the council for a number of years, knows the area, knows how everything works? Or, with all due respect to their vital support when it's needed, do they speak to a contracted agency worker who started the week before? And does it matter? Does it actually matter to my resident if the employee, if the first person spent the day before taking their toddler to a swimming pool? I think I know what I want my residents' experience to be, and I know what I want my experience to be when I need the support of council officers, which is always forthcoming, And so I'm very happy to support these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of information, Councillor Howard-Williams.
I like the huffing and the tutting and the sighing, but if you have something, Chair, then surely that should be respected across the chamber. It's something that either I've misheard or wish to clarify. I believe Councillor Atkins said the same amount of staff, but as the report shows, there is an increase in staff in the waste depot. So I thought that was an important matter to clarify because it is an increase.
Oh, thank you for that clarification. So in fact, then the steps should be even lower than I said before. I'm appreciative of the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. I think at this point, practically every member in the chamber has spoken. We're beginning to go over the same ground over and over again. So I'd like to invite Councillor John Williams as seconder this report. I'm ignoring him.
Thank you, Chair. It has been a very long meeting, and as the leader said, we have got a very evidence-rich report, and we've had a very evidence-rich debate, and I'm grateful to my colleagues on this side for picking up on a number of the points and rebutting quite a lot of the comments made by the opposition, so I'm not going to go over them. But there are three things I want to just say. First of all, I really surprised that once again we're having to say that our staff will get 100% of the pay because they're doing 100% of their job in 80% of the time. So they deserve to get 100% of their pay if they're delivering 100% of their job. I just not understand how people cannot understand that. Secondly, we talk about, are we really saving agency staff? Well, we're always going to employ agency staff to do short-term jobs. It's no point in employing someone on a long-term contract to do a short-term job. However, anyone who looks at our accounts can see that we have stopped overspending our revenue budget because we are not employing agency staff for those highly valued jobs that we have had difficulty in filling in the past, such as planners, such as HGV drivers. And again, that's pretty obvious if you just look at our accounts. And thirdly, this issue about the number of staff. Well, of course we're going to employ more staff because we're filling the jobs that otherwise would have been done by agency staff. And we don't count agency staff in our staff numbers. So the more posts that are filled by permanent staff, the more posts we're going to have. We've also taken on, because we're saving money, we're doing more than we did before, and we're employing more people to do those jobs like Homes for Ukraine's, etc. So, of course you're going to find an increase in the job count because we're employing more permanent employees.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to invite Councillor John Williams to actually clarify, because it's scrutiny. He's referenced Homes for Ukraine, so 97 posts. I don't believe there were 97 vacancies at the start of the trial, so maybe if you can give us the figures from the start of the trial so we can see the difference. But it's scrutiny. Homes of Ukraine was said as one of the short-term projects that we had agency staff, and yet now we've been told that's part of the 97 figures that have encouraged the increase of staff. So which is it? Are they in the agency because they're short-term, or are they part of the 97? We've had two different answers.
Councillor John Williams.
Well, there's a mixture, isn't there? There are a mixture of posts, and I'm not going to go through every single post now, but you can see, and I'm quite happy to provide you with this information of the posts that didn't exist before, that exist now because we're doing more for our residents.
Thank you. Leader, would you like to wrap up?
Thank you. Gosh, that's been a marathon. And thank you to everybody for their contributions. To a point of clarification, Councillor Williams, my words of caution earlier were meant to be helpful, and if they came across as anything else, I apologise. Quick response to Councillor Bradnam. I'm just going to give you a quote about, you asked about how this has changed our staff's relationship with their work. This is a quote: "The 4-day week has genuinely been life-changing. Having the extra day off just creates so much flexibility that I really value. It's 100% worth it having to work more intensely during the time I'm at work, because having Monday off actually really prepares me for the week and gives me the energy I need to meet the challenges of the week." There's lots more quotes, but I think that says it all. So, as Councillor Williams has made clear, the fundamental change in mindset that underwrites the 4-day week is that people are paid to do a job and not be present at a desk. And it is amazing how difficult that seems to be for some people to understand. Presenteeism is supported by Conservatives who are ideologically opposed to a 4-day week, and no amount of evidence and debate is going to change their minds. Thank goodness that Liberal Democrats embrace innovation, are open-minded and prepared to move local government into the 21st century. This was a data-driven study producing a data-rich report full of hard facts, independently corroborated by industry experts of international repute. The 4-day week is the future. The 4-day week is the future, and South Cambridgeshire District Council is part of that very, very bright future. Members, please support the recommendations and move this council permanently into 4-day week working and the 21st century.
Thank you, Leader. At this point, I propose we move to a recorded electronic vote. I remind you that the recommendations are on pages 182 and 183 of your agenda pack. Can you second?
Seconded.
Seconded, thank you. I will actually read out the recommendations. It is recommended that Council agree to become a permanent 32-hour per week, 4-day week employer, subject to support from Cambridge City Council at its full council meeting on Thursday, 24th of July 2025. Subject to agreement to the recommendation in paragraph 18, it is recommended that Council note the proposals for a productivity policy to implement a permanent 4-day week to be agreed by the Employment and Staffing Committee, and B, agree to amend the Council's pay policy statement to reflect the change to 4-day week working as in Appendix A. As always, if you support these recommendations, please vote green. If you oppose, press red, and yellow to abstain. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Votes are 26 votes for, 9 against. The recommendations are carried. Thank you, everyone. I think at this point we all need a short break. Please be back at chamber at quarter to 6. I was going to say 7:15. It's not that late yet. Thank you. We will resume at item 12. Item 12 shares the decision summaries we have received from the combined authorities. Do our representatives on the combined authority have any comments they wish to make?
No, I'm happy to answer any questions I can.
Yep. Are there any questions for our reps on the combined authority? That was very easy, thank you. Item 13, Greater Cambridge Partnership. No updates have been received from the GCP since the last meeting, but I would invite the new chair of the GCP, Councillor Milnes, to speak.
Indeed, if I can find my notes, but I don't need them for a couple of items. So I would like to report on the approval of the Waterbeach Station project, the Barton Greenway. I spent a very nice afternoon with Councillor Susan van der Ven on the Mildreth Station to Melbourne Link, which was a project to put a nice cycleway all the way from there. So that was a celebration of that. And then, of course, I don't think I've reported it here, but apologies if I have, but we passed the Gateway Review recently, which was the final 200 million out of 500 million that the GCP are destined to use to improve our infrastructure, etc., etc. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Councillor Milnes? Councillor Williams.
I was just going to say, there have been meetings since the last full council meeting, so it is disappointing that we haven't received the sort of normal reports that we would with the Assembly. I appreciate that's from us, but can we try and make sure that we get those reports or chase them up if we're not getting them in good time? Appreciate we shouldn't need to do that, but maybe our representative at the GCP, including myself, can add some urgency to the fact that it's really important that we are representing this council on an outside body and that all of us, Assembly or Board, are accountable for what we say and that's brought back. So I know that it's not on our side, but Councillor Blimey was now as chair. I probably should say chair as well. Congratulations on becoming chair. I didn't get that wrong, did I? That's what the press release said. That if we try and make sure we get things back in a timely way to be transparent.
Happy to take that feedback.
Thank you. I think we can move on to item 14, which is the standing item on the Oxford to Cambridge Pan-Regional Partnership. I invite the leader to speak on this item.
Just to say this is the last time that this will appear on our agenda because the partnership has ceased to exist, but if there are any questions, I will try to answer them.
Are there any questions? Councillor Heather Williams.
I think, so we know that's been wound up for a while now. Are there any financial, sometimes when you come to the end of arrangements, there are financial costs involved, winding things up and what have you. Is there any liabilities that the council is going to be responsible for?
No, there was money left over and that's been passed over to those people who are taking on responsibility for hosting the data observatory portal and the analyst services. And then I think all the money's gone with that, which has gone to the CPCA. I'm looking at the Chief Executive to corroborate this. And the CPCA has also taken on advocacy for the environment principles, but I don't believe there's any money associated with that. I'm pretty sure I asked that question and I was told there was no money associated with that. So no liability to this council at all.
Thank you. Councillor Lenthal. No, that was the same question. Okay, thank you. In which case, I think council has noted this report. Item 15 is the standing item on the Cambridge Delivery Company. There has not been a meeting at the point we published the agenda, so there are no updates to report for this meeting. However, the leader may wish to give us a verbal report.
Only to say that at the meeting last week, minutes of the previous two meetings, this is the advisory council, not the growth company, the advisory council. The minutes, the last two meetings were signed off, so those should be made public ASAP.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Williams, you wanted to come back.
Just given that we haven't got obviously the minutes and what have you in here, is the leader able to just give a summary of the topics that were discussed? Appreciate you might not go into the detail and recite the minutes by heart, I wouldn't expect that, but just a broad summary in how the leader's finding the engagement there.
So at the last meeting of the advisory council, I expressed my frustration that it was taking so long to get things moving, because which means there's actually not a whole lot to report. I gather they're in the process of recruiting people. So in the process of recruiting people, I think they're still trying to fill quite a lot of roles. They've employed consultants who are kind of working up the vision for whatever it is. I made the point that there was a lack of clarity over what government's vision was, to which the very senior civil servant said, oh, well, we thought we made that clear, but perhaps we were talking amongst ourselves. So we look forward to what's coming back. So there's really not much to report. We're certainly not talking about sites or anything like that at this stage of the game. It's just getting the staff and getting yourself up and running.
Heather Williams, Councillor.
Thank you. Through yourself, Chair, the leader referenced sites. Can we seek some assurance that before any comments or viewpoints on potential sites, perhaps at the Advisory Council, that there will be a debate and discussion of it here beforehand?
So, these won't be sites in our local plan, so our responsibility is for our local plan. My expectation is that if government decide to move forward with sites that are outside of our local plan, they'll do that through development corporations, at which point, we will all probably know as much as each other, but we'll endeavour to keep you as posted as we can.
I think it's consultation as well as posting is what we would be looking for.
Thank you. I think we can move on to item 16, which is membership of committees and outside bodies. Do either of the group leaders wish to inform council of any changes to committee membership? Leader?
Thank you. Councillor Khan is replacing Councillor Warren Green on the Swavesey and Swaffham Drainage Board. Yes, thank you.
No, I'm not aware of any changes since the last meeting, Chair.
Okay, we can now move on to item 17, questions from councillors. I remind everyone that a period of 30 minutes is available for questions. This includes those questions where notice has been provided as set out in the agenda, and if there is still time remaining, we will deal with any questions which are notified to the Elections and Democratic Services Manager before the start of this meeting. I remind members that if a member is not present to ask their question, or if we run out of time, those questions will be responded to in writing unless a member asks to roll their question over to the next meeting. And question A is from Councillor Bill Handley, who has given apologies for this meeting, so he will be receiving a written response to his question. Question B is from Councillor Dan Lentell.
As on the paper, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lentell. Councillor John Batchelor, I think you're responding.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. So I take it we're talking about Osborne Close here. So this is a council housing scheme with 8 flats. It has facilities for parking for 10 vehicles. So that is not an excessive number for the number of flats we have. So I'm afraid the answer to the basic question is no, we can't make that available for parking. There are a whole raft of legal complications if we did that as well. But we are trying to be helpful to the pub in that we are in conversation with them to use a grassed area adjacent to the car park for an occasional food van. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lentel, do you have a supplementary question? No supplementary, thank you. Delay while I turn the page. Question C, Councillor Graham Cone.
As on the order paper, Chair.
Yes, thank you. I mean, this question has been rather superseded by the earlier motion where we agreed to set up a working party. Was that the programme of member engagement workshops, I think was the terminology I should use. So the answer to your question is yes, we will do that and incorporate the opposition as members of those groups.
Thank you. Councillor Cone, do you have a supplementary question?
No, just to thank Councillor Mills, and obviously I'd put the question in before the papers, and really I'm glad to see that we're moving on with it because we need to, given the timescales, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. Question D, Councillor Heather Williams.
As on the paper, Chair.
Okay. Councillor MacDonald has departed. I think Councillor Milnes, you were going to pick this one up.
I'm now substitute. So I'm substituting for Peter MacDonald, who had to apologise. He had to go to a prior appointment. Public inquiry on C2C. Is that the correct one?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm just checking I've got the right question and can give you the right. So, by your leave, Chair and the questioner, I'm just going to read the answer that I've got before me. So, the 2018 adopted local plan developed by the former administration requires that the development of Bourne Airfield in West Camborne West are accompanied by a high-quality public transport solution that ensures a reliable bus journey between these locations and Cambridge. The plan was supported by the Transport Strategy for Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire of 2014, prepared and adopted by the County Council, which was designed to cope with the rising populations and increasing demand on our travel network by shifting people from private cars to other means of travel, including cycling, walking and public transport, as we know, the active travel agenda. The County Council's transport strategy then underpinned the successful bid made by this and other councils to government for the Cambridge City deal now being delivered by the GCP. Consideration of the merits of the Camborne to Cambridge scheme will be a matter for the examination process now underway. And however, the spatial strategy in the adopted local plan has subsequently been translated into planning permission by this council. So those permissions underpin the council's 5-year land supply and in turn protecting our villagers from disruptive piecemeal development such as that we inherited, and also mean that the economic challenges facing many parts of the country have not been experienced so deeply in our district in recent years. The council's adopted spatial strategy, developed through extensive consultation over many years and supported by the County Council's transport strategy, requires delivery of a public transport solution to support and service the growing and new communities west of Cambridge. These communities, in Camborne especially, including young people who are currently excluded from the opportunities in Cambridge by poor connectivity, expect the council to hold firm to its local plan commitment that the growth will be supported by the appropriate infrastructure. The council has reviewed the GCP proposals carefully and ensured through the process that the impacts are thoroughly assessed and appropriate mitigations are put in place. While the final decision balancing the concerns of everyone interested in this project is a matter for the Secretary of State, the council has advised the examining authority of its support for the GCP project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, Chair. I just would like to ask if there's an appreciation for the current route as has been supported by the current administration, that it still takes you a 40-minute bus to get to Addenbrooke's and a 20-minute walk to the city centre. So what's been referred to in the answer to the question in relation to giving Camborne good quality transport, I would say it gets Camborne to the edge of Cambridge and doesn't help there. And I'm just wondering whether the administration regrets sort of members going on the protest march to stop it and putting, getting elected on a platform of stopping the C2C when they immediately then supported it. Can you understand why residents are frustrated?
Chair, I think I'd have to take that supplementary question under due consideration and given you a written answer.
Thank you. Question E is from Councillor Lenian Neto, who is not with us. She will be receiving a written response from Councillor John Batchelor. Question F is Councillor Dr. Shrabona Bhattacharya. Ask your question, please.
Thank you. This is on agenda.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Timmy Hawkins, you're responding to this one.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. The plan application for Camborne High Street is a live application under consideration right now. As far as I know, a number of views have been expressed about the proposals, including from the town councils. Now, it's not appropriate for this meeting to assess the planning merits of the proposal. That's a matter for the planning committee in due course, as and when it comes to it. But the council remains committed to trying to find a way to resolve the current outstanding challenges with the proposals so that we can see the project to complete the high street delivered as soon as possible. And I would urge the local member to strongly encourage residents that she speaks to engage in the usual way by submitting their comments through the Greater Cambridgeshire Planning Portal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bhattacharya, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do have a supplementary question because my question is not being actually answered. My question was that high-rise urban structure versus a moderate, a moderate village-style high street. So that answer is anyway not been answered. So my question is that will this council be kind enough to look at the sentiments of the people in Camborne, because we essentially need a high street that has lots of British characters, a British high street, and not like a 4-storied, 5-storied concrete wall both the sides.
Councillor Hawkins.
I have answered the question. The application itself will be considered by the planning committee, which is a representative of this council, not the full council here and now. And the other bit was, how can residents engage meaningfully? And I said they should put their comments on the website. Thank you.
Thank you. Question G, Councillor Sunita Hansraj, please.
As written, please, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Milnes.
Yes, thank you. And apologies again because I'm substituting for Councillor MacDonald, so I'll read the answer to the question. So, as with previous SPF and REPF grant schemes, the Economic Development Team has developed a comprehensive communication strategy to promote the upcoming grant programmes. The strategy includes the use of all standard South Cambridge District Council communication channels, such as press releases, parish e-bulletins, the SCDC Business Support newsletter, member briefings, presentations to the Grants Advisory Committee, poster and leaflet distribution, and the Council's social media platforms, We'll also be working with external partners to share information and promote the schemes on our behalf. Additionally, the schemes will be actively promoted through the Council's business engagement officers, who will carry out in-person visits to parishes across South Cambridgeshire. And during these visits, officers will engage directly with local businesses, provide relevant information and distribute leaflets to those who may be eligible to apply. We have also compiled a contact list of individuals and organisations who have previously expressed an interest in the schemes, and targeted email communications will be sent directly to ensure they are informed and encouraged to apply.
Thank you. Councillor Hansraj, do you have a supplementary question?
No, thanks, that's fine, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Question H, Councillor James Rickson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was hoping the lead member for planning tell Council about some of the projects that have led to the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service receiving the 2 prestigious awards in the last few weeks.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Firstly, at the National Planning Awards in London last month, the service won the award for planning for the natural environment, which was based on its work on creating new habitat banks in Greater Cambridge for biodiversity net gain. The judges recognized the success of this project in delivering 7 new sites for biodiversity net gain between 2023 and 2025, which totals over 200 hectares and accounts for 6% of the total number of BNG sites currently registered with DEFRA in England. And the second award in June was the Royal Town Planning Institute of East of England Award for Local Planning Authority of the Year. Now, this award recognizes Greater Cambridge Shared Planning's excellence in town planning, particularly for our innovation, inclusivity, and commitment to design quality. The award particularly recognizes the focus in the service over recent years to find new ways of drawing our communities into projects to help shape the future of the district, as well as including work with the Youth Engagement Service. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Rickson, do you have a supplementary question?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to question I, Councillor William Jackson Wood, please.
Thank you, Chair. As written on the agenda.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take this as
You
one of my own answers.
Okay.
So over the last 3 months, the Council's new website has gone live, and it's seen a 30% increase in views compared with the same period last year, and has had almost 750,000 views since its launch in March. So we're very pleased with this additional traffic. The new localisation feature, where people can see what's happening in their very near locality, has proved very popular. And residents have been making suggestions about their own events to put in there, so that's been well used. The feature has also resulted in a somewhat changed customer behaviour, with the homepage experiencing the biggest increase in views, as residents are now finding out about the bin collections from the front page, for example. And other services who are using the localisation feature rather than going to the service pages as previously. Despite this, the pages covering the waste service remain popular, and there's been a significant increase in the number of people viewing the section on our business engagement, which I've just referred to in a previous answer. The website is also more accessible than any before, so we've gone up with an impressive 97% score, and that's obviously a significant improvement on the 58% previously. So I know that members will also be pleased to hear that the new website is helping us reduce carbon emissions, moving from an F rating, which was very poor for the old site, to a B rating for the new one. There is still work to be done here, but it's a significant move in the right direction. So overall, we're very pleased with the performance of our new website, and we're looking forward to implementing revised shared waste and shared planning similarly, and are progressing well with those two to be delivered later in the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson-Wood, do you have a supplementary question?
No, I don't, but it's really good news and great to hear. So thank you.
Chair, can I just very quickly, because I would like to thank the primary officer involved in that, Nicole Stimson. I'd be lax if I failed to do so. Thank you.
I think you've done that. Thank you. Moving on to question J. Councillor Anna Bradnam, please.
Thank you, Chair. As written.
You again, Councillor Milnes?
Blimey.
It's a one-man show.
Actually, I think we've probably covered this earlier when we've been talking about Waterbeach Station. But I'll give you a little bit more detail about when we expect work to commence. So we've got to appoint a contractor. We're going to go through a full tender process. The contractor will then appoint a designer to complete the detailed design of the station before work starts on the site, which is currently scheduled for mid-2026. And the programme is planned to complete construction by the end of 2027. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor
No,
Brown?
thank you, Chair. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Question K was submitted by Councillor Annika Osborne, who's not with us in the chambers, so she will be receiving a written answer. Moving on to question L. Councillor Lisa Redrup, please.
Thank you, Chair. As written, please.
Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. This is the most significant change to local government finance for decades. It has been in the pipeline for over 10 years. As we know, every year we put our budget together, we have to be mindful of the fair funding review. The council's like to be very seriously impacted by the changes, not only because we are a district, and all districts fare poorly, but because we have seen significant business growth, rates growth. And this is one of the key changes in the new funding distribution. The Head of Finance is attending a number of briefings by the District Council's network, our financial advisors, Pixel, and the MHCLG. Once we have a full understanding of the impact, we will certainly intend to submit a response to the consultation, which I believe closes in the middle of August. What is really clear, though, is that the government has not yet grasped the scale of the challenges facing local government finance. Shuffling the chairs around on the table is not going to fix this. We need to see more money being put into the sector. Otherwise, the managed decline we saw under the last government is only going to be prolonged.
Thank you. Councillor Redrup, do you have a supplementary question?
No, I don't. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you. Question M, Councillor James Hobrow.
Thank you, Chair. The government recently announced that it will be requiring all principal authority councils in England to use the leader and cabinet model of governance. Does the leader agree with this decision?
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair. No, I don't. It works here. It works in many other places, but actually, we have the choice. And, you don't have to look very far to find councils that are working very successfully with a committee system. The County Council and I believe East Cambridge as well. St Albans, which I did some work in recently, and I think Bedford Borough, which has a directly elected mayor. So, it's very odd that, we have government ministers saying they respect the autonomy of local government, which, they have done in relation to the 4-day week, thank goodness, but actually they're being highly prescriptive about other things. So, I think this isn't a good demonstration of devolution. It's actually stripping autonomy away from local authorities. And I think each local authority is best placed to make the decision over what governance works for it. So, no is the answer. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Councillor Hobro, do you have a supplementary question?
No, it's a very clear answer. Thanks.
Thank you. Which brings us to question N. Councillor Paul Bearpark, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is as written on the agenda papers.
Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. We did a thorough review of our grants and wanted to act now to ensure the voluntary community and social enterprise sector could continue to provide high quality and local services into the future. By 2031, the number of people aged 65 and over is predicted to increase by 26% across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. And in general, we have been seeing about 22% increase in the local population. As much as this funding is vital to a wide range of people, a particular focus of funding historically has been supporting older people. We have a bit of a perfect storm this additional funding will help to address. We have a growing population and organisations that are finding it harder to secure the funding needed to support growing demand. One of those organisations is of course, Citizens Advice. Our local voluntary community and social enterprise organisations told us more people need their help and they face higher costs. They are attracting fewer volunteers and staff. They are raising less money from donations and government funding. This boost of funding will help address some of these challenges so that we can keep supporting our communities with advice services, such as Citizen Advice, play a part in funding mental health and wellbeing organisations, support people to continue to live independently, and ensure VCSE organisations in general have advice from an umbrella organisation locally. The funding also means we have been able to add a new theme of funding specifically targeted at the cost of living crisis, as well as target support towards specific groups such as disabled people, unpaid carers, and low-income families and ethnic minority groups.
Thank you. Councillor Bearpark, do you have a supplementary question?
No, I don't. Thank you very much for the answer.
Thank you. Last question, question O, was submitted by Councillor Corinne Garvey, who has left the chamber. Will be receiving a written answer from Councillor John Williams in due course. Thank you. That brings us to the end of questions. Can we do that now? Okay. As members are probably aware, debate is limited to 4 hours, after which we have to vote to continue. We're 5 minutes away from the 4-hour cut-off. Can we agree by affirmation to continue after 4 hours?
What if we don't?
We all go home.
You have to come back.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, I'm proposing. Would you like to second that? Eileen,
Yes, I'll second.
Okay, Councillor Wilson is seconding. Does everyone agree?
Agree.
Does anyone disagree? They can go home.
Yeah. Well.
Thank you all. We'll. Oh no, it's not. Okay, thank you. That brings us to item 18, motions. Members are reminded that a maximum period of 30 minutes allowed for each motion to be moved, seconded and debated, and that includes dealing with any amendments. At the expiry of the 30-minute period, debate will stop immediately and the mover of the original motion, or if the original motion has been amended, the mover of that amendment, now forming the substantive motion, will have the right of reply before the motion or amendment is put to the vote. Okay, so first motion is 18A, standing in the name of Councillor Graham Cohn. Councillor Cohn, would you please move your motion?
Thank you, Chair. It's as on the papers there. Essentially, it's pressuring the government or lobbying government not to forget exception sites when they're looking at changes in policy because of the importance of those locally, both to residents and parish councils when deciding where they would like to see housing locally. And obviously, we've got a number of changes coming up. So it's just to re-emphasise our commitment to those, really.
Thank you. Is this motion seconded? Councillor Heather Williams, do you wish to reserve your right to speak or speak now?
I'll speak now, Chair, because I'm hoping this is not going to be something that's as contentious perhaps as other items today.
Please go ahead.
The reason I'm supporting this is I do feel with the current national government policies, you know, when it's not a party that you support, you expect to not agree with things that they're doing. That's natural. But I don't think any of us in the chamber really foresaw what was going to be coming out and of this government. And it does feel at times that the countryside has become a little bit under attack. And there is definitely concern from us that exception sites is something that actually very easily could be misunderstood by national government, the importance of it to rural communities that we still serve, that it is sometimes the only way that we can get affordable housing in our villages. And I think particularly of my own villages where we get all the pain with no benefit because it's not big enough to take large development, which I wouldn't be advocating for. But that means then that we never reach the 106 threshold, we never reach affordable housing thresholds. So we get the pain of new houses on infrastructure, but without making sure we have affordable housing to go with it. So there are many of our smaller parishes, one of my parishes, Croydon, have been trying to get an exception site for absolutely years. And it's so difficult that we don't want to see anything that makes that already difficult challenge worse. So I am hopeful that everyone will support this today and be a sign that we will stand up for the countryside here at our district council.
Chair, if I may.
Councillor Milnes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Because I'd like to support this proposal and offer some work with Graham Cohn to posit a suggestion of words to the government that we might feel that they would take into account, because broadly we're absolutely in favour of rural exception sites. We feel that they may be under some threat from the reclassification of green belt to grey belt. So that's an important factor too. And they are, for me, a very credible way of improving village viability. We know that often without those additional houses, businesses and retail, even schools can come under threat. So I'd like to offer our support to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, let's welcome those comments. Thank you, Chair.
I therefore move to a vote.
I would second the proposal to move to a vote unless any other member wishes to speak. Oh, Councillor Stobart, I'm sorry.
Chair, if I'm late, I'll stand down. But I'd just like to endorse what Councillor Milnes has said, but there are threats to rural exception sites which could actually make our investigation a little more acute. I mean, we would perhaps welcome custom build, but custom build is a threat to rural exception sites and diminishes their status and takes away some of their impact. So I think we ought to go into this with a kind of, a good agenda, and then make those recommendations to government and, look to deal with some of the local issues and make sure it works for us. I have heard mention of rural exception sites. I don't know whether we chase them down quickly enough when they pop up. So I think things like that would set an agenda for making our approach to rural exception sites work. And there's a very good team in housing who will work with us. So yes, completely endorse it, and might we do some of our own analysis to make sure we're reflecting those local concerns.
Yes, so I'm quite happy to accept Councillor Stobart's volunteering to join the working party.
Likewise, yeah.
Noted, thank you. Just Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to say thank you very much to Councillor Stobart. We didn't build any more than what we have in here because of the motion financial consequence. We thought Councillor John Williams might not be happy if we assigned anything that was going to cost any money. So, but if you're able to achieve what we might not be able to, then we'll very much support and help with that as best we can.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? I see no hands, at which point I think we can move to... Bless you. Move to a vote. If you can set one up, please. Doesn't say so on my script, but it's set up, so... Agreed. We can have both. Your motion will be carried twice. Yeah. I'm just following the script, which doesn't mention affirmation. Has everyone voted? 24. Oh. I'll vote again. 25. Thank you. I think that's everyone. Yes, the vote is carried by 25 to 0. Unanimous. Thank you, Councillor Cohn. Okay, motion 18B, standing in the name of Councillor Heather Williams. Councillor Williams, please move your motion.
Thank you, Chair. Are we all good? Dare I continue? I say again, I'm hoping that supporting our equestrian industry as well, we do have a significant sum of the rural economy that is generated through liveries and through horse pursuits. And horse riders at the moment, when I say particularly the Greater Cambridge Partnership, really feel like they're having quite a rough time of it at the moment. And it's really important as well to understand that when we're going forward with plans and proposals, that we do so in a way that in trying to support one group, we're not then making life worse for another group. I appreciate that the time of commuting by horse is not there, although according in Mill Road Bridge, I think there is some sort of industry by horse going on currently. But actually, if living in a rural area can be very isolating, and being involved with a local pony club or having horses and what have you, it can actually, it's very good for mental health, it can be good for help preventing social isolation in our rural areas, and I think it is part of our rural economy that we should be nurturing and looking after. And while the Greenway projects in particular, and I think everybody has not necessarily agreed on the routes, but been supportive of supporting cyclists, I think we must make sure that we do so in a way that is not at the detriment of horse riders, and to appreciate that the positive impact they're having on our residents' lives. I mean, who doesn't love to see horses? In every brochure you ever look around, there's normally some picture of a horse in the background, because they are an important part of our rural life. And it shouldn't matter if you're on the edge of Cambridgeshire in my ward, or whether you're on the outskirts of Cambridge. There are, and I think that's particularly in sort of the Shelford areas and what have you, where horse riders at the moment feel that their options are becoming more and more unlimited and not included in the conversations at a local government level. So I'm hoping, I appreciate there is an amendment, which I've already said that I will accept. So I don't know if you, Chair, just want to, I don't know whoever's going to move it, but display it as amended. I hope it's something we can all decide and actually do something about it in practice, so that we ensure that by helping some, we're not isolating others.
Thank you. Dem Services, are you able to display the amended motion?
Yes, but it needs to be proposed first.
Who's proposing one?
Okay. So first of all, is the motion seconded?
Yes, Chair, happy to do that.
Thank you. I need a proposer and a seconder for the amendment, please. Councillor Milnes and Councillor Smith. Probably should put it on. Yep, okay. That's the motion as amended, and that has been accepted by Councillor Williams. Does anyone wish to speak on this motion? Councillor Bradnam.
Just a very brief comment. I fully support this motion, but it's my experience that the equestrian group, the British Horse Society, are extremely well represented on the local access forum, and so my understanding is that their needs are very well catered for. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cohen, I didn't ask you if you wanted to speak or reserve your rights.
I'm happy to speak now, and just I'll echo what Councillor Williams has said, and I hope the motion is supported.
Thank you. Any other request? Oh, Councillor Milnes.
Well, I'd just like to support this because we want to look after equestrians, but we've got to be a little careful. My daughter's a horse rider in Sawston, and Councillor Williams talked about the difficulty in built-up areas, and it's very difficult to find anywhere to go on a hack, never mind a little trot. So the more that we can do, and GCP clearly has a role in this in terms of its Greenway programmes, and we're being really very careful to consider the needs of equestrians when we're designing those new footpaths, cycleways and bridle ways. But we've got to be careful that we don't actually unfairly treat these applications, because on some occasions there's a very small percentage of usage would come out of horse riders, and the key issue for GCP is active travel on routes to work, so to convert those into pedestrian and cycle journeys wherever possible. So, but with that proviso in place, very, very happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other requests to speak? I'm advised we can actually take this by... Do you want to sum up?
I get to sum up.
Yeah, you can sum up.
Respond.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was just going to say thank you for the support. I think the GCP, Councillor Bradnam refers to, I believe, something that comes under the county responsibility. I didn't quite catch what she said. But on the GCP, I think there has been tension, it's notable tension between the Horse Society and the GCP over time. We had a bit of a breakthrough about that at the last GCP Assembly meeting. I hope that continued through to the board. But I think there are times when things could have been more inclusive, and things like signage, just, having the horse on the signage is what's required, and things like that. So a lot of these things are very small, simple changes that can be done, but bridleways do seem to be seen as a sort of an easy win to create a cycleway because they're there and already there. But those, as Councillor Milnes says, those hacks and what have you, they're important for the horses, they're important for riders. And it is important, we should never forget, it is an important part of our local economy as well. So, we collect, I think it's about around £70,000 a year in business rates. Obviously, the rateable value is much higher than that for that industry. So yes, so pleased to have everybody's support and hopefully affirmation this time, Chair.
Thank you. At this point, I would like to propose we move to a vote by affirmation. Is anyone against? Does anyone wish to abstain? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Williams. That brings us to motion 18C, standing in the name of Councillor Helen Leeming. Councillor Leeming, please move your motion.
Thank you, Chair. This motion is close to my heart. I'm lucky enough to have a number of Ukrainians in my life and count them as friends. If you spend any time with Ukrainians, you'll be struck by their pride in their country, their bravery. Someone will probably try to make you eat soup. And as things progress, you will learn of the uncertainty that has dominated their life since at least 2022. In the spring and summer of 2022, as Russia's war against Ukraine escalated, the UK has welcomed many thousands of Ukrainians, with 974 to South Cambridgeshire, largely women and children, who came here with 3-year visas and the right to work and to attend education here. At that point, as a host, I had no thought that the war would continue for more than 3 years, and neither did the Ukrainians that took the leap of faith to move from one side of the continent to another. And yet, here we are. In many ways, the ongoing war in Ukraine is as dangerous as it ever was, and uncertainty remains. Some things have permanently changed. Many thousands of Ukrainians have died in conflict or civilian bombing, or have been permanently injured. Some cities, particularly those in the Donetsk region, Mariupol, Bakhmut, have been destroyed completely. Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv, is frequently targeted by missiles and drone strikes. The capital, Kyiv, is under regular attack. And even the so-called safe city, Chernivtsi, far to the west of the country, near the Carpathian Mountains, was attacked just this last week, with many people injured and 3 people killed. For some of the refugees who came here, their old homes have gone completely. And there are many more who feel nowhere in Ukraine is safe at the moment. And this is corroborated by UK government advice, which advises against travel to all parts of the Ukraine. So against this backdrop of unknowns, the one thing that the Ukrainians of Cambridge should know is that they wake up here under peaceful skies. But their right to remain here is ticking away. For most of the group of Ukrainians who came here, their 18-month visa extension will run out in autumn or winter next year. This creates many practical difficulties for children partway through their education, their exams, difficulty with rental contracts and employment contracts. We cannot remove the uncertainty of the ongoing conflict, which is profound and traumatic. But here in Britain, we can honour our initial welcome in reflection of this long war of attrition that Ukraine has endured. We have a duty to the people we invited here in their hour of need, which has turned into a very long hour. And we have a duty to the people of Ukraine as a whole. They fight for their own freedom against Russia, first of all. But in doing so, they hold the line against a political regime that hates our values as Western Europeans, trolls our airspace and coast, and poisons people in Salisbury. We have a moral duty to stand with Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this motion seconded?
Yes, by me.
Councillor Drew, would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak later?
I will reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak on? Councillor Graham Coe, please.
I'll just be brief to say that I support what's in front of us and just echo Councillor Lehman's comments about Ukraine really being the front line, not just for their own safety, given that their country's been invaded, but actually our safety as well. This is someone that is prepared to invade another country, and we should be doing everything that we can to help the people here, because it's those Ukrainian people that are dying on the front line, not just for their own country, but for all of us as well.
Thank you. Councillor John Batchelor.
Thank you, Chair. As the Cabinet member responsible for refugees, I welcome this motion. Anything that can improve the lot of our guests, I'm happy to support. It's worth saying, though, that the governments, both the current government and the previous government, have been very generous in their support of the Ukrainians. And locally, of course, I think we can be proud of the fact that we've hosted nearly 1,000 people in people's homes, which I think it was a marvellous example. So happy to support this, and let's give them some certainty. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I remember at the start of the war supporting a motion where we expressed our support. Then we flew the flag at the Council of Members, remember. And I think one thing we should all see as a great success is how well the Ukrainians have defended their country. I think when it first started, many people had wrote them off from the start, to be honest, in the media and everything else, but they've shown great resolve, great determination to not bow down to dictatorship and from an expansive leader in the Kremlin. All of us are affected in various ways by expansionism that's happening, and it shows that no matter how many divisions we may have had today, on other days, as much as we infuriate each other when we disagree sometimes, we are all here through a democratic process, and we've all been chosen to be and elected to be here. The people of Ukraine did not choose this war. They didn't vote for a war, but that indeed is what they've ended up with. There has also in the press been comments around the cost, particularly if we look over to America, about the cost of the war and providing ammunitions and everything else. And there are some in this country that would say that we shouldn't be doing those things. But to them I would say, while it may cost us financially, Ukrainians are paying in blood. And their blood is a sacrifice for all of us. So anything we do and what it costs is just a fraction to what the families and people that live in Ukraine are going through day in, day out. My daughter was able to befriend a Ukrainian refugee at her school. They're now residing in America and building a new life for themselves. But when they first come here, the expectation was that they would be going home soon. And now her and her mother are having to set up a new life far, far away. It shouldn't be happening. I can't believe that it's still going on, and there are people in the world that still think it's okay to take people's lives in such a way and take land by force. And while Ukraine stands, we should stand with them.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Martin Khan, please.
Simply a small comment that 20 years ago I worked on a cooperation project between Poland and Ukraine on the border on a Trans-Border Biosphere Reserve. And a year ago, or maybe 18 months now, watching a television, I saw that a rocket had arrived upon the village, the small town that we were exchanging with, which is less than 10 miles from the Polish border. And also on the town of Lviv, which I visited several times in response to that project. So it's just to emphasize that it's the whole of Ukraine which is under threat. It's not just the east, it's the whole of the country. There is nowhere there now that's safe, and they certainly need our protection.
Thank you. Any other requests to speak? If not, I'll invite Councillor Drew as seconder to contribute.
Thank you. History is a very difficult thing to know where you are. We look back on events in our past as a country, and we take great pride in terms of refugees who we're welcoming into the country. Councillor Williams referred to it being something that doesn't divide us politically. It was very, very clear when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister that he talked a lot about the history of refugees coming into Britain, and he talked about things such as the Kinder transport from Nazi Germany in the 1930s. He talked about going back into previous centuries, and people always refer to things such as Huguenots and others. And it is something that as a country we should be greatly proud of. We are in one of those moments at this point in time. and the people of the future will judge us. And if we seek to return Ukrainian refugees to their country while they are still facing a murderous conflict where the president of Russia wishes to wipe out their culture and wipe out their history, then we will quite rightly be judged by future generations having failed the test. Now, we as one district council cannot change the world, but we most certainly speak with a very strong voice. As we have pointed out many, many times, we in South Cambridgeshire, the residents of South Cambridgeshire, took more Ukrainian refugees into their homes than anyone in a rural area in the country as a whole, and it is something we should take great pride in. These people enrich our lives, they enrich our culture, they enrich where we are. And this is one of those moments, and I think the fact that we can all sit and we can talk and we can absolutely speak in the same way, and we can also know whether it was Prime Minister Johnson for the general election or Prime Minister Starmer now, they speak with the same voice, they speak in the same way, the words do not change, and we should be very proud of that. There are people, unfortunately, in our Western world who fail that test miserably. There are leaders of countries who should know better. The President of the United States, the Prime Minister of Hungary, these people should know better. They will be judged badly. It is right that we pass motions and we make sure that actually we step up and do the right thing.
Thank you. Councillor Leeming, would you like to wrap up?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just really heartened to hear all the comments that have been made this evening. It's very heartening that we've stood together in unity on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm hoping we can take this motion by affirmation, please.
Agreed.
Does anyone wish to vote against? Or anyone wish to abstain? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Which brings us to the last motion, standing in the name of Councillor Richard Stobart. Councillor Stobart, please would you move your motion?
Chair, thank you. So I have about 2 minutes of kind of introduction to this, so please indulge me. Measure of the quality of our society is the care it takes of more vulnerable members. And it's not just meeting day-to-day needs, but rather seeking the well-being and flourishing of everyone equally. A quick look at our own society reveals that we are falling short. And the situation is particularly well illustrated in the recent attempt by the government to achieve budget cuts through a reduction in welfare payments, which, having dissolved into a shambles, barely recovered. So those original government proposals were enshrined in the Universal Credit and Personal Independence Payment Bill. And by the government's own analysis, 250,000 more people, including 50,000 children, would be pushed into poverty. And if that wasn't enough, an estimated 150,000 informal carers would lose their carers allowance because the people for whom they care would quietly slip out of the system. In the face of protests, the scheme for personal independence payments was more or less saved. But people with disabilities justifiably complain that they must fight for everything. And here is yet another case. But the result is a situation in which some say that the government will not be able to afford to lift the 2-child benefit cap. Let me just remind you that there are 1.7 million children affected by that kind of very shameful policy. It seems like a zero-sum game. Our children lose either way, and I think as a society, collectively, we should be ashamed. So let's lodge an objection to a bad bill that is becoming a bad law and has illustrated in spades that we urgently need welfare reform. So let's press for an economy that is fair, sustainable, and works for all our communities. Let's make sure that no one is left out. So let me just come to what we do at local government level. So local government is in the best position to react to local needs. Our use of LIFT helps us to understand the needs and precisely who needs help. Our parishes and community groups spot trends and identify needs. Our officers know what works. We've even demonstrated that in the 4-day week, we can create a working environment that delivers the council's business while offering the space and flexibility for those with carers' responsibilities. We've demonstrated just how effective local knowledge and policy can be, and we have the scope to do more. So let's keep advocating for welfare reform and blazing a trail of good practice. So I would ask members to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this motion seconded?
Yes, I'll second this and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor John Williams. Who would like to speak on this? Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, as it's me being asked to do everything in the motion, I thought it was pretty better that I chip in with a few comments. So yeah, I mean, absolutely support this motion. I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing that Lift is here to do. That's why we invested in the software. And yeah, we have already used the software for something very similar. So I think using it to, identify people that, would benefit from this, I think is absolutely the best use of the technology. So I've got no gripes agreeing to that. And then, yeah, obviously I'm going to have quite a sturdy pen because I'm going to have to write a few letters now by the looks of it. But yeah, again, equally happy to do that if, it does go some way to supporting, the thrust of this motion. So yeah, I'm fully supportive, Chair, and would encourage others to be as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. So for us, we do believe in a smaller welfare bill at the end of the day, and that there needs to be reform of the welfare system to actually make it better for everybody. But what the current government is planning, or mind you, at this stage, it's not quite clear what they've taken out, where we're up to and what's going on, is not the way to do it. And any reforms that happen should not be to the cost of those that are on receipt of benefits because they are unable to work through health issues. PIP is not an in-work sort of benefit. You cannot, if we do not have a system that supports those people that are the most vulnerable, then the system is completely broken. Have we got too many people reliant on the welfare state, or is the welfare state too high? They're the debates that should be having. For me, I think it is. Because I think there is dignity in work, and I think that it's important that as many people who can work do so. So there is so many social benefits as well. So if you grow up in a household where the adults are working, it's not just about the finances, but things like PIP supports people who have health issues. It's not a lifestyle choice to have a disability. Thresholds, things like that, reform, we should always be reforming, but what has been put to government is wrong. I think it's been well spoken against by actually all parties, including the governing party, and is why we've seen the problems there is. There will be a consequence because obviously the Chancellor was expecting to save money through this and now won't. So I think in any letters that are drafting, we ought to be very clear, not just about this, but where that money should come from. That the money should around protecting those most vulnerable should be protected full stop, because we don't want to see a reincarnation as she tries to balance the books. So I will support the motion. As it seeks to resolve, what it seeks to resolve is to use the information we have here to ensure that those people that have disabilities through health problems, no fault of their own, are supported. In relation to keeping Councillor Batchelor busy, I'm sure we're all happy to keep Councillor Batchelor busy, and if pen and paper is too much, I'm sure we could find a typewriter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bridget Smith, please.
Very quickly. So I've run a carers group for 30 years. Some of the women who attended were parents of children with life-limiting disorders. So I spent a lot of time helping people fill in what was the disability living allowance forms, which I seem to remember were 38 impenetrable pages. And actually, it took, you had to be really on the ball to be able to fill that in such a way that it got you the benefit. So obviously PIP's replaced that. you know, this money is money that makes the difference between having a life and not having a life. And that's still the case. I've got young friends now who receive PIP, and what it does, it allows them to work, and without PIP, they wouldn't be able to work. So, you know, this is money that delivers multiple benefits and actually keeps people economically active who otherwise would be a burden on society. So I thank you for bringing the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Khan, please.
Briefly, just to express an interest, declare an interest, I've got a daughter, a grandson who is a receipt of PIP and my daughter who received carers allowance. So, but a non-pecuniary doesn't come to me. But comments from the experience of that I'm very much in favour of the motion and the needs for these people to be supported, and in particular to allow carers to work. The margin has been increased, but it still is restrictive. I know my daughter, for instance, did not work for many years because she would lose the carers allowance and it didn't pay, which has an effect on mental health because if you're looking after, caring for somebody, it is actually quite a stressful activity. So I'm thoroughly in favour of the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other requests to speak? In which case, Councillor John Williams, a seconder.
So, thank you, Chair. Well, as lead member for Finance, you would expect me to look at this from a different angle. And from what I can understand, the figure of 4.8 billion is a gross figure. So where does the government think that the PIP money is spent? It's spent on goods and services. It's spent on a local taxi company. It's spent on a local bus. It's spent down the local shop. It pays national insurance. It pays income tax. Also, what help do these people need if they can't pay for it through PIP? They come to the local authorities. Local authorities have to have more resources. They go to the NHS. The NHS has to have more resources. I suspect that the saving that the government is saying they will make actually won't be a saving when you take into account all the other things that this PIP and benefit money helps to, within the monetary side of things, helps to deliver the government through other ways. So, you know, being Liberal Democrats absolutely are against these cuts to people who need them, but also from a financial point of view, it doesn't make any sense. So I will certainly be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Stobart, would you like to wrap up?
Chair, thank you. I'll be brief. So here we have limited sums of money around the economy, but through techniques like LIFT and other perhaps similar technology-based methods, we can be very acute with targeting, and we can meet needs more precisely. Now, we're doing this locally, but there's all the potential there to expand the capabilities of such techniques and to reach the right people with the right kind of sums of money. But I think Councillor Williams has summed it up. There's huge social value in targeting benefits correctly. And I think, we sometimes think too much in the big picture. There are people potentially left behind. So let's not forget those two. I did mention child poverty, and I think that's always something to be thought about as we think about these schemes. But thank you for everyone who's contributed to the discussion. And I think I'd just like to leave with that emphasis of local action can be really most effective, and we do it well.
Thank you. Can we take the vote on this motion by affirmation?
Agreed.
Does anyone wish to vote against? Does anyone wish to abstain? In which case the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 19 on the agenda is Chair's engagements. They're shown on the papers. I'm happy to ask questions of what fun I've been up to since the last meeting. Heather Williams, Councillor, please.
Chair, I'm hoping you'll use your discretion on this item if I use it. We don't have a point in the meeting and the announcements, so we haven't been able to say thank you to John on his last meeting. So I hope you don't mind me hijacking your chairman's engagements, which is a very important agenda item, to say a heartfelt thank you from our group for the support that you've given us over how long has it been? 2 years? Yeah, it doesn't feel 2 years, I'll be honest. We very much appreciate, we know that you've gone the extra mile at times for councillors and officers, so thank you very much.
Here, I'm still hoping you'll change your mind, but I don't think that's likely. This draws our meeting to a close. The next full council meeting will be held on the 2nd of October at 2 p.m. Thank you all. You may go home to your family.